I have always believed that the most terrifying monsters are not those that hide under the bed or lurk in abandoned cemeteries. No, the real monsters are those who build their lairs in the most ordinary, unsuspected places. They wear normal clothes, smile at family dinners, and give you candy when you're a child. Their horror does not lie in claws or fangs, but in a knowing silence, in a truth so grotesque that the mind refuses to accept it until it hits you with the force of a freight train. My name is John, and this is the story of how I discovered that the monster in my life was not a stranger in a dark alley, but the man who taught me how to tie my shoes. My childhood was spent in a small Indiana town called Hickory Falls, a place where time seemed to move to the rhythm of the harvests. The streets were wide and straight, lined with oak trees that stained the ground red and gold in the fall. Life there was predictable, safe, boring. Everyone knew each other. The hardware store owner knew your grandfather liked his coffee with 3 sugar cubes. The lady at the grocery store saved the rye bread for your mother because it was her favorite. It was a small, closed world where secrets had to be buried very, very deep so they wouldn't come to light. My world was my mother, Sarah, a universe of 2 people. There were no photographs of a smiling father next to her on the sideboard. There were no wedding rings in a velvet box. There were no stories of weddings in the rain or first dates at the village movie theater. He was a void, a blank space in my personal history, an unanswered question that floated in the air of our house like dust in a ray of sunlight. When I was very young, 4 or 5 years old, I asked, as all children do, "Where's my dad?" My mother's answer was always the same, a slow, deep sigh, as if she were expelling something heavy from her lungs. Then a lost gaze out the window toward the cornfields stretching to the horizon, and finally the words, "He left before you were born, sweetheart. It's better this way." Her tone was not one of sadness. It was not one of anger. It was one of fatigue. A fatigue so deep, so ingrained in her being, that it seemed to have always been there, like a chronic illness. Over time, I learned not to ask. The subject of my father became the elephant in the room, an invisible but heavy presence that my mother and I ignored with a tacit agreement. Whenever someone at school asked me about him, I would make up a quick story. He lives in another state. He works for a trucking company. That was enough to stop them from pressing the issue. Despite his absence, we weren't unhappy. My mother worked as a cashier at the local supermarket, Hickory Mart, a red brick building with a tin roof that creaked on windy days. Money was tight. I remember Sunday nights sitting at the kitchen table watching her go over the bills with a plastic calculator, biting her lower lip with painful concentration. But she always found a way to make sure we had what we needed. I never went without a coat in winter, or new shoes for the first day of school, or a birthday cake, even if it was small and bought at the supermarket bakery. She was a quiet woman, with a sad smile, and eyes that seemed to hold a secret too big for her frail body. And she protected me with a ferocity that sometimes frightened me. If a child bothered me at school, a push in the hallway, an insult in the playground, she was there the next day talking to the teacher with a trembling but firm voice, her knuckles white from gripping her purse so tightly. She wasn't a mother looking for a fight. She was a mother who had seen danger up close and who would not allow her child to suffer what she had suffered. It was as if a world full of invisible dangers, dangers only she could see, constantly surrounded us. And then there was my grandfather, Robert. He filled, in many ways, the void my father had left. He lived on the outskirts of town, in a white wooden house with a huge porch and a garden that always seemed on the verge of chaos. Wildflowers mixed with weeds, an old oak tree that shaded a rusty swing set, and a tomato patch that never bore fruit. My grandfather was a big man, with hands calloused from a lifetime of working at the Hickory lumber furniture factory, and a laugh that could fill a room. To me, he was a benign giant. He was the one who took me fishing at Miller Lake, who taught me how to throw a baseball with the right stance, who told me stories of when he was young, stories of tractor races, first loves, and summer nights under the stars. In a home dominated by my mother's silence and melancholy, my grandfather's house was a refuge of normalcy and warmth. I remember Sunday afternoons eating dinner at his oak table with a roasted chicken that smelled of rosemary and baked potatoes. My mother was always a little tense on those days, quieter than usual, poking at her food with her fork without really eating it. But I was a child, and I attributed her behavior to the weary routine of the week, to the pressure of raising a child alone. My grandfather always had a joke, a pat on the back for me, and for my mother, a demeanor that in retrospect was strangely formal. There was none of the ungainly familiarity that usually exists between a father and his adult daughter. He called her Sarah, never daughter, and she rarely looked him directly in the eye. When she did, her gaze quickly shifted away, as if she feared what she might see there. The years passed. Adolescence brought its own storms: acne, insecurities, questions about my identity, and a dull resentment toward the ghost of my father who had abandoned us. I began to notice things I had overlooked as a child. How my mother's smile would freeze when my grandfather entered the room. How he would sometimes look at me, not with the open joy of before, but with a strange, almost analytical intensity, as if he were searching for someone else in my features. Once, when I was 15, he said to me, "You have your grandmother's eyes." But my grandmother had died before I was born, and I had never seen a photo of her. Another time, he asked me, "Have you ever felt different?" I didn't know how to answer. I thought it was a philosophical question typical of an adult trying to connect with a teenager. Now I know it was a question born of fear. The fear of a man who saw in his grandson the features of his raped daughter, and wondered if the boy would know, if he would feel, if he would sense the truth. The turning point came the summer I turned 17. My mother fell ill. It was a common flu, the one that was going around town that July, but in someone with her fragile constitution, a woman who seemed to be made of glass and shadows, it turned into severe pneumonia. She was admitted to Hickory County Hospital, a gray brick building with small windows and a perpetual smell of antiseptic and despair. I went to stay with my grandfather. Those 2 weeks were a roller coaster of fear and anxiety. Seeing my mother, so small and pale in that hospital bed, connected to tubes and machines that beeped with mechanical regularity, terrified me in a way that no horror movie could have. One night, after a particularly distressing visit, she could barely speak, her voice a thread of air. My grandfather and I returned to his house in heavy silence. He poured himself a whiskey, something he didn't usually do. He was a cheap beer and black coffee man, and sat in his leather armchair, staring into space. I sat on the sofa, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. "She's strong, John," he said, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. "She'll pull through." I nodded, unable to speak because of the lump in my throat. The silence stretched out again, broken only by the ticking of the old wall clock, a sound that suddenly seemed ominous to me. It was then, perhaps because of the tension, the fear of losing the only person who had always been there, that the question I'd buried for years sprang from my lips. "Grandpa, who was my father?" He stood completely still. The hand holding the whiskey glass tensed, and for a second I thought he would break it. His gaze, which had been lost in the cold fireplace, fixed on me. It wasn't my grandfather's warm, familiar look. It was the gaze of a stranger, hard and calculating. "Why are you asking that now, boy?" His voice was harsh, like stone scraping against stone. "I need to know," I said, and my own voice sounded broken. "Mom is there, and I don't know half of who I am. Was he a bad man? Is that why she never talks about him?" My grandfather downed the rest of his whiskey in one gulp and set the glass down on the table with a sharp thud. He stood up and walked over to the bookcase where he kept old photo albums. He didn't open any of them. He just stood there, his back to me, his broad back blocking my view. "Your mother, Sarah, was always very young for her age," he began, and his tone was strange, as if he were telling a story he had memorized but didn't believe. Naive. She got involved with a boy who wasn't good for her, a traveler. He left in his truck and never came back. She was left broken. It was better to forget him. Something about his story didn't add up. It was too generic, too polished, like the synopsis of a bad movie. And it didn't explain the deep pain, the exhaustion of life that was in my mother's eyes. A broken heart hurts, yes, but it doesn't empty you like that. You're not telling me the truth, I said, surprised by the firmness in my voice. He turned slowly. His face was somber. Some truths are better left buried, John, for everyone's sake. That phrase, for the sake of everyone, rang in my ears like an alarm bell. It was the kind of thing people say when the truth is too horrible to face. That night, lying in the guest bed, with the sound of the wind and the oak leaves outside, I knew I couldn't leave things like that. If my mother didn't survive, I couldn't be left with that lie as my only legacy. The next day, while my grandfather was at the factory, I decided to do the unthinkable. Invade my mother's privacy. I knew she kept a cardboard box at the top of her closet, a box she had never opened. She always said they were old things. With trembling hands and an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if I were betraying the only unwritten rule in our house, I took out the box and opened it. There was no jewelry or love letters, just a few items. My ultrasound, rolled up and tied with a blue ribbon. My hospital bracelet with my name and date of birth in tiny letters. And a diary with a faded cloth cover, its corners worn by time. I opened it. My mother's shaky teenage handwriting filled the pages. I began to read, at first with curiosity, then with a growing disbelief that turned into a chill that spread from my stomach to every corner of my body. The first pages talked about her life in high school, her friends, her dream of going to college, and it talked about my grandfather. Dad has been so strange lately. He gets angry about everything. He says I dress like a... I don't even want to write it. Mom left, and now I'm the one who has to put up with him. The entries became darker, more fearful. He's jealous of any boy who talks to me. Last night he broke the phone. He said I don't need to talk to anyone else. I'm afraid to be alone with him at home. And then, the entry that stopped my heart. Dated March 14th, 1998, 9 months before I was born. The words were almost illegible, smeared with what looked like dried tears. I can't write this. I can't even think about it. Last night, Dad, he came into my room. I was sleeping. He smelled of alcohol. I begged him to leave, not to do it, but he was so strong. He held me down. I couldn't breathe. He said if I told anyone, he would kill me. He said I was his daughter, and he could do whatever he wanted. Right now, as I write this, I feel like I'm being torn apart inside. I'm dirty. I'm broken. I want to die. I dropped the diary on the floor, as if it had burned me. The world around me lost all meaning. The ground beneath my feet was no longer solid. Breathing became a conscious effort. I looked around me, in my mother's room, in my grandfather's house, and nothing was familiar anymore. Every memory of my childhood, every fishing trip to Miller Lake, every baseball game in the yard, every laugh on the porch of the White House was instantly tainted, covered with a layer of horror and perversion. My grandfather, Robert, the man I had loved, whom I had admired, whom I called Grandpa. He wasn't my grandfather. He was my father. And he wasn't a father who had loved my mother. He was a rapist, a monster who had assaulted his own daughter, who had left her pregnant, who had condemned her to a life of silence and pain. And I was the product of that violence, the living reminder of his atrocity. Nausea rose in my throat and I ran to the bathroom, vomiting until there was nothing left in my stomach. I leaned against the cold tiled wall, shaking uncontrollably. The pieces of the puzzle of my life, which had never fit together, the tension between my mother and my grandfather, her refusal to talk about my father, Her perpetual exhaustion now did so, forming an image so grotesque that I wished with all my might that I could erase it from my mind. The tense relationship between my mother and my grandfather, her refusal to talk about my father, her exhaustion, her perpetual sadness. It wasn't because of a lost love. It was because of trauma, a violation she could never escape, because her rapist was always there, smiling at me, raising me, playing the role of the loving grandfather. He had stolen her twice. He stole her innocence, her youth, and then he stole me, using me as the perfect accessory to his respectable facade. When my mother finally recovered and came home, she was a different person. Or maybe I was the one who had changed. I looked at her and no longer saw just my mother. I saw a survivor. I saw the weight of a secret she had carried alone for 17 years. I didn't say anything at the time. I couldn't. How do you tell your mother that you know the truth about the nightmare that has defined her life? How do you broach something like that? Weeks passed. Normality was a cruel charade. Every time I saw my grandfather, I felt physically sick. His voice, which I had once found comforting, now sent shivers down my spine. His touch, an arm around my shoulder, made me want to scream. He noticed the change, of course. My answers were monosyllabic. I avoided being alone with him. His gaze became inquisitive, then defensive. One afternoon, while I was mowing his lawn, he called me over. "John, come here for a minute." I approached, my heart pounding. "Are you okay, kid? You've been acting strange." "I'm fine," I said without looking at him. "It's because of your mother, isn't it? The illness has affected you." I nodded because it was easier than telling the truth, but inside I knew confrontation was inevitable. The final confrontation happened a month later, at his house. My mother had gone shopping. He asked me to help him fix a fence in the garden. As we hammered a post into place, he looked at me and said, "You've been very quiet lately, John. Is something wrong?" I put the hammer down on the ground. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The poison that had been fermenting inside me needed to come out. "I know the truth," I said, my voice flat, deadly in its calmness. He blinked. "Truth? About what?" "About my father." I looked him straight in the eye, challenging the giant for the first time in my life. "I know he wasn't a traveler. I know what you did to my mother." His face changed. The mask of the kind grandfather cracked, revealing for an instant the angry, entitled man my mother had described in her diary. Then the mask went back on, but it was clumsy, false. "I don't know what you're talking about, boy. Your mother. She was always a child with a vivid imagination. The loss, the fever. Sometimes women confuse things." His attempt to blame her, to deny it, was the spark that lit the fuse of my rage. "Don't lie," I shouted, my voice echoing in the silence of the garden. "I read her diary. I know it was you. You're what you are." The word father couldn't come out of my mouth. It didn't belong to me. He wasn't worthy of that word. He stood still, looking at me. And then, in his eyes, I saw no remorse, not even fear. I saw cold defiance. I saw the truth that deep down, he didn't believe he had done anything wrong. It was the look of a man who considered his daughter, and everything that was his, to be his property. "It was for the best," he finally said, his voice a harsh whisper. "We gave you a home, a name. I raised you as my own." "As your own?" I repeated with a bitter laugh that sounded strange even to my own ears. "I am, by force, by violence. You ruined her life. You condemned me, too, to be this thing born of a monster." "Watch how you talk to me, John," he growled, taking a step toward me. The big man, the one who once instilled a sense of security in me, now only inspired terror and revulsion. "Or what?" I challenged, standing my ground. "What are you going to do? Tell the whole town? Go ahead. Tell them how you raped your 17-year-old daughter. Tell them how the man everyone respects is actually scum." He paled. The fear of exposure, of losing his respectable facade, was stronger than anything else. He took a step back, his anger fading, replaced by cautious defeat. You have to understand. Things were different then. Your grandmother had left us. I wasn't in my right mind. No, I interrupted, raising a hand. There is no excuse. There is no explanation that can justify what you did. You've lived all these years pretending, playing a role, while my mother was wasting away inside. And I loved you. I looked up to you like a hero. I picked up my jacket from the floor. I knew this was the end. Everything. John, he said, his voice sounding old and weak. You're my blood. That was the last straw. I turned to face him one last time. My blood is poisoned by you. I spat out the words. You're not my grandfather. You're not my father. You're the man who destroyed my mother. And listen to me carefully, Robert. Listen to me carefully, because these are the last words you'll ever hear from me. I paused, making sure every syllable was burned into his conscience, if he had one. I will never forgive him for this. I always believed I knew the texture of my own life. Those thick, colorful threads that were woven together to form the tapestry of my family. It wasn't a grand tapestry, like the ones that hang in museums with intricate embroidery and legends embroidered in gold. It was a modest, intimate one, woven with the everyday threads of routine and affection. My parents, Elena and Tomas, and I, Francisca, were the only characters in that fabric. We were born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona, in a single-story house with white stucco walls that the desert sun tinged pink at sunset. The front yard was an oasis of prickly cacti and agaves that my father tended with almost religious devotion. He pruned the withered leaves with rusty pruning shears, watered sparingly so as not to drown the roots in the sandy soil, and sometimes, on cool winter nights, he would sit in a wicker chair under the porch and watch the shadows of the succulents stretch out like accusing fingers in the moonlight. We were the very definition of normal, a quiet family, a little boring perhaps, eating roast beef tacos on Fridays, watching reruns of detective series on Sundays, and birthday parties with helium balloons floating lazily against the ceiling, but stable, loving, or so I thought, with the naivety of someone who had grown up wrapped in the warmth of predictable hugs and promises whispered in the darkness of childhood. The horror I have realized over the course of these months that have passed like a murky river does not always come with thunder and lightning rumbling in the cloudy sky. Sometimes it seeps in drop by drop, like a leak in an old pipe, a trickle of ice-cold water that runs down the back of your neck and soaks your shirt without you noticing at first. It persists, invisible, until one day, when you turn to look back, you realize that you are soaked to the bone in a truth you have avoided all your life, a truth that smells of mold and buried secrets. My horror began not with an ethereal ghost whispering in the hallways at midnight, nor with shadows lengthening in the corners of the room, but with an empty space, a subtle, almost imperceptible gap in the bookshelf in the living room of my family home. It was 3 months ago, on one of those hot, lazy Sundays that seem to last forever in Phoenix, where the air vibrates with the hum of air conditioners and the distant chirping of crickets heralding dusk. The porch thermometer read 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the sun beat down on the asphalt, causing the horizon to ripple like a mirage. My parents had left early that morning to visit some old friends in Scottsdale, a retired couple they had met at the Methodist Church decades ago. Mr. Ramirez, with his hoarse laugh and endless anecdotes about his youth in Guadalajara, and his wife, Mrs. Ramirez, who always brought tres leches cakes wrapped in crumpled aluminum foil. I, having just turned 30, an age that made me feel on the verge of something undefined, as if true adulthood still resisted landing in my orderly life as an accountant at an insurance firm. I had stayed at his house to look for an old book of stories that I wanted to show my niece, my older sister's daughter, who had just turned 5 and devoured stories with the eagerness of a woodpecker drilling into wood. The book in question was a worn edition of Horatio Quiroga's Cuentos de la Selva, Hungle Tales, with faded illustrations of jaguars and snakes that my mother used to read aloud to me when I was a child, curled up on the green velvet sofa that still occupied the center of the living room. My parents' living room was a space I knew by heart, the walls painted a soft beige that my father had chosen because it doesn't tire the eyes, the wall clock with its hypnotic ticking that marked the hours with military precision, inherited from his grandfather in Mexico, and the solid oak bookcase that reached almost to the ceiling, filled with literary relics. There were Agatha Christie's mystery novels, with their yellowed covers and pages that crinkled when turned. The leather-bound volumes of the Encyclopedia Britannica that no one had touched since the 1990s, and, on the bottom shelf, a collection of family albums documenting our lives in blurry snapshots. My first day of school in a pink ruffled dress, the vacation at the Grand Canyon, where the wind blew my hair into an unrecognizable mess, and my college graduation photo, where my parents flanked my nervous smile with proud looks in their eyes. As I rummaged through the shelf, bending down to inspect the lower shelves where the children's books were kept, my fingers brushed against something that wasn't the familiar spine of a volume. It wasn't rough paper or dusty fabric, but the rough edge of a wooden frame chipped at the corners, as if it had been handled hastily and carelessly. My heart skipped a beat, that pang of curiosity that precedes unexpected discoveries. Carefully, as if I were defusing a bomb in one of those spy novels I devoured in my spare time, I slid the object out, pushing aside a row of books that wobbled precariously before settling back into place. It was a photograph, not one of those professional photos with blue velvet backgrounds and studied poses, but a homemade snapshot, taken with one of those disposable cameras sold at gas stations in the 80s, faded by the relentless Arizona sun filtering through the half-open curtains. The paper was yellowed at the edges, with a slight curve at the corners, as if it had spent years pressed against something heavy. In it, my parents, much younger. My mother, with jet black hair falling in loose waves over her shoulders, dressed in a floral cotton blouse that accentuated her slender figure, and my father in a short-sleeved plaid shirt, his mustache trimmed, and a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Smiled with a happiness that seemed about to overflow, like an overfilled glass of lemonade on a summer day. My mother, Elena, held a baby wrapped in a pink wool blanket in her arms, with a tuft of dark hair peeking out from under a hand-knitted hat that smelled faintly of mothballs, even in my memory. The baby, me, I assumed, had her eyes closed in peaceful sleep, her little fists clenched against her cheek. My father, Tomas, had one hand resting tenderly on the shoulder of a boy standing next to him, a boy of perhaps 5 or 6, with dark, unruly hair that stood up on top of his head like a wet chick's, and a wide smile that revealed the gap where 2 front teeth were missing, as if he had just lost them in a playful battle with an apple or sticky candy. He wore a faded superhero t-shirt with the Superman logo barely visible, and denim shorts that reached his knees, with one knee scraped and bandaged with a Mickey Mouse Band-Aid. I stood there, frozen in the middle of the living room, the photo trembling slightly in my hands. The air conditioner hummed in the background, a monotonous purr that suddenly seemed deafening, and dust danced in the rays of sunlight streaming through the window, like suspended particles of time. The child seemed vaguely familiar, like an echo of a forgotten dream, or the blurred face of a childhood neighbor I might run into on the street years later. But I was sure I had never seen him before, not in the family photos that adorned the walls, or in the stories my parents told around the dining room table, those anecdotes peppered with laughter and nostalgic sighs. Most disconcerting, however, was the composition of the image. My parents and those 2 children, the baby in their arms and the boy standing, formed a perfect unit, a complete and harmonious family nucleus, like one of those Christmas cards sent by perfect families. I wasn't there in that captured moment, even though the baby was presumably me, born 7 years later, according to the dates I knew by heart. No, the gap wasn't mine. It belonged to someone else, someone whose existence seemed to have been edited out of the narrative of our lives. And no one, not once in my 30 years, had ever mentioned a sibling to me. The blood pounded in my temples with a dull thud, like a builder hammering on a distant construction site, and I felt dizzy, forcing me to lean on the bookshelf to keep from falling. A sibling, an older brother. Where was he now? Why had his image, his toothless smile and tousled hair, been exiled to this dark corner, behind a row of dusty books that smelled of old paper and faded ink? I left the photo exactly where it was, sliding it back with trembling hands, as if I had burned myself with a red-hot iron. The frame scraped against the wood of the shelf, with a sound that echoed in the silence of the empty house, a squeak that seemed accusatory. My first instinct was the same as always in moments of crisis. Call my mother and ask. Drop the question like a grenade on the phone line. Wait for the explosion of explanations that would dispel the fog. I took my cell phone out of my jeans pocket, the device vibrating slightly in my sweaty palm, and dialed her number with clumsy fingers. But something in the atmosphere of the house, suddenly laden with secrets like a damp basement full of unopened boxes, prevented me from doing so. The phone rang once, twice, and I hung up before he answered. That child in the photo was not a translucent ghost that materializes in foggy mirrors. His absence in our lives was indeed spectral, a void that sucked the air out of the room and left an inexplicable chill in my chest. I took a deep breath, inhaling the familiar scent of stale coffee and the vanilla cookies my mother baked on Saturdays, and decided I couldn't leave without knowing more. I began to search with a meticulousness that frightened even me, as if I were digging up a corpse in the garden of my own history. The attic was my next step, a place I had always avoided because of its aura of deliberate neglect. My parents were obsessively tidy, the kitchen gleaming with dishes stacked in perfect towers, the garage with tools hanging on pegboards like soldiers in formation. But the attic was the chaotic repository of everything they didn't want to see but didn't dare throw away. The baggage of a past life, the broken fragments of dreams that had not materialized. I climbed the folding ladder with cautious steps, the metal creaking under my weight like old bones, and pushed open the trapdoor that gave access to the upper space. The air was thick and sticky, a thick broth that smelled of hot wood and forgotten memories, mixed with the faint stench of mothballs and damp cardboard. The only light came from a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling on a frayed cord, flickering intermittently like a tired eye, casting long shadows on the exposed beams and stacks of boxes piled like makeshift tombs. The heat was stifling, a damp embrace that made sweat bead on my forehead and trickle down my back in salty rivulets. I moved forward carefully, stepping on floorboards that groaned in protest, and began inspecting the boxes one by one, opening them with my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. Most were predictable, seasonal clothing wrapped in plastic bags that crinkled to the touch like shed snakeskin, obsolete appliances like a 1970s toaster with a tangled cord, and family photo albums I already knew by heart, their laminated pages slightly stuck together by the passage of time. But then, in a dark corner where cobwebs were woven like abandoned bridal veils, I found the box that would change everything. It was marked with a simple old close, written in black marker with shaky handwriting, the ink smudged at the corners like dried tears. I dragged it into the light, the cardboard tearing slightly at the bottom, and opened it with hands trembling with anticipation and fear. There were no clothes inside, of course. Instead, there lay my brother's symbolic tomb, a makeshift mausoleum of objects that screamed of an erased presence. The first thing I saw was a metal police car, its wheels faded, and its siren emitting a high-pitched staccato beep when pressed with my finger, like the cry of a distant child. The metal was cold to the touch, covered with a patina of rust that flaked off in reddish flakes under my fingernails. Next to it was a teddy bear with one eye missing, the black button replaced by a loose thread hanging like a petrified tear. The fur, once white and fluffy, was now matted with dust and stained with something that looked like dried mud from a forgotten playground. Beneath the toys lay a pile of schoolbooks, hardcover notebooks with covers illustrated with maps and planets, and on each cover, written in shaky blue pen, the name Lucas M. Lucas. My brother's name was Lucas. The name echoed in my mind like an echo in an empty cathedral, a sound that filled the attic with an invisible presence. I leafed through the notebooks reverently, the pages rustling like dry leaves, scribbled drawings of rockets taking off toward twisted stars, dinosaurs with exaggerated tails devouring imaginary jungles, and short stories about adventures in secret caves written with irregular spelling and sentences that trailed off into the margin. They were the fingerprints of an interrupted childhood, a boy who dreamed of worlds larger than his own. Beneath the books, I found a small photo album, the size of a paperback novel, with a cracked black cardboard cover and a worn elastic band holding it closed. I opened it with bated breath, and page after page unfolded Lucas's life like an ancient scroll, crawling on a plaid wool rug in the living room of a house I didn't recognize. Perhaps his first home, before the move to the current house, his first day of school, with a backpack too big for him that reached his knees and an expression of terror mixed with excitement. His cheeks flushed from the September sun, blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, 4 thin, flickering candles surrounded by white frosting, sprinkled with multicolored confetti, while my parents applauded beside him, my mother with tears of pride in her eyes, and my father with a hand on his shoulder, guiding him like a captain to his crew. There were photos of him riding on my father's shoulders during a picnic in the desert, the wind ruffling his hair as he laughed with his mouth open, playing in a puddle after a rare rain in Phoenix, wearing yellow rubber boots that splashed muddy water, and sleeping in a crib with wooden bars, his thumb in his mouth, and a blue blanket dragging on the floor. Each image was a stab in the heart, a reminder of what had been stolen not only from him, but from all of us. And then, abruptly, the photos stopped. The last pages were empty, with only the laminated corners curled and yellowed, like pages torn out violently and then smoothed down to hide the mutilation. There was no death certificate glued to the back cover, no yellowed newspaper, clippings about a tragic accident or sudden illness. There were no letters of condolence or locks of hair wrapped in tissue paper, as in the sentimental stories I read in magazines. Only silence. An oppressive silence that stretched from the attic to the confines of my soul. It was as if Lucas had been erased with a giant eraser, meticulously removed from the family narrative, leaving only a residual smudge on the paper of our history. My family, the people who had raised me with kisses on my forehead and hot dinners waiting for me after work, had committed a fratricide of memory, a slow and deliberate murder of their own son's existence. I snapped the album shut with a click that echoed through the attic like a gunshot, and tears, hot, salty, unstoppable, rolled down my cheeks, dripping onto the dusty cardboard. I sat on the floor among the boxes, hugging the teddy bear to my chest, and sobbed silently, my body shaken by spasms that left me breathless. How could this be possible? How had they lived with this, smiling in family photos, celebrating my achievements, while this void lay above, gathering dust like a moldy secret? I came down from the attic empty-handed, but with my head full of echoes, the beeping of the police car, the scribble Lucas M in the notebooks, the toothless smile in the photos. The folding ladder slammed shut, sealing the attic like a tomb, and I descended to the living room where the photo remained hidden behind the books, watching. I said nothing that night at dinner when my parents returned with cheeks flushed from red wine and anecdotes about the Ramirez family that they recounted with laughter. I watched my parents, whom I had always considered open books with easy-to-read pages, My mother with her lilting laugh and her hands calloused from sewing and cooking. My father with his deep voice and bad jokes that always drew a forced smile from me. And for the first time I saw them as strangers, imposters, in the skin of the family I loved. I noticed the wrinkles around my mother's eyes, deeper than I remembered, furrows that became more pronounced when she frowned as she served the bean stew, and the way my father sometimes stared into space for a second too long, as if he saw a specter in the reflection of his plate, a child with unruly hair begging to be seen. Were they seeing Lucas in those moments, or was it me who now cast his shadow in every corner of the house? Dinner passed in a silence punctuated by trivial comments. Traffic on the I-10 was hellish today. Pass the salt, please. But beneath the surface, an ocean of unasked questions churned. I excused myself early, citing a headache, and drove back to my apartment in Tempe with the city lights parading like fallen stars, the weight of discovery pressing on my chest like a stone. The investigation moved online that same night, in the quiet of my small apartment, overlooking a parking lot lit by orange streetlights. I turned on my laptop. At the kitchen table, the fan humming softly as the screen lit up with a cold glow. I searched Arizona public records, navigating government websites with outdated interfaces and forms that asked for information I didn't have: exact date of birth, social security number, death details, nothing. The name Lucas M., assuming the last name was ours, Morales, yielded irrelevant results. A Lucas Morales who worked as a mechanic in Tucson, too young, or another who had died in a car accident in 1995, but with no family connection. I moved on to local newspaper archives, scanning digitized microfilms from the Arizona Republic and the Phoenix Gazette, typing variations of child disappearance and missing child Phoenix 1988. Hours turned into a sleepless night, the computer clock striking 3:17 a.m. when my eyes were burning and the coffee had gone cold in my cup. Nothing. It was as if Lucas M. had vanished from the face of the earth at the age of 6, evaporated into the dry desert air without a trace, not even an obituary or a note in the news section. Frustration was a knot in my stomach, tight and sharp, keeping me awake. I lay in bed with the ceiling spinning above me, replaying the images from the album in my mind. The boy crawling, laughing, existing. How do you erase someone like that? What kind of love allows that? At dawn, exhausted but determined, I expanded my search to online forums, those forgotten corners of the internet where people share memories like relics at a flea market. I started with Facebook groups for alumni of my neighborhood elementary school, Roosevelt Elementary School, a red brick school with a playground where I myself had played hopscotch 25 years ago. Nothing at first. Posts about class reunions, photos of proms with exaggerated 80s hairstyles. But then, in an old forum hosted on a dusty website called Phoenix Memories 80s 90s, I found a thread titled Childhood Memories at Roosevelt. What happened to your lost friends? It was a sea of nostalgic comments about stolen bikes and Foursquare games, but one post in particular stopped my heart. A user with the nickname Phoenix Rising 72, probably a 1972 graduate, I figured, asked, "Does anyone remember a guy named Lucas M? He was in Miss Evans's class around 88. He was my best friend. One day he stopped coming to school and no one heard anything more. Did they move away? Does anyone know what happened to him? I always wondered." My heart was pounding, a drumbeat reverberating in my ears, and my fingers flew over the keyboard to send a private message. "Hi, I'm Francisca Morales. Lucas was my older brother. Can you tell me more? It's important." The reply came almost immediately. Despite the hour, it was 6:45 a.m., and the sun was beginning to paint the sky pink. His name was David, and he lived in Tucson, about 2 hours south of Phoenix. Oh my God, I never thought anyone would reply. I never forgot. Lucas. It was the strangest thing that ever happened to me as a kid. One day we were playing Power Rangers in the park, and the next day he was gone. My parents told me they had suddenly moved to California or something, but I never bought it. The house was empty when I stopped by a week later, but there were no moving trucks, no for sale signs, no goodbyes at school, nothing. It was as if they had evaporated. Want to talk? I can tell you what I remember. I met David at a cafe in Phoenix a week later, a place called Desert Brew in the city center, with recycled wood tables under striped awnings and the aroma of roasted beans floating in the air like a promise of normality. I arrived early, nervous, my stomach churning from a breakfast I couldn't swallow, and sat in a corner by the window, watching the flow of pedestrians, mothers with strollers, office workers with briefcases, a stray dog sniffing a lamppost. David arrived on time, a man in his mid-30s, with brown hair sprinkled with premature gray and a stubble beard that gave him the air of a distracted professor. He was wearing a wrinkled linen shirt and worn jeans, and in his hand he carried a manila folder that he waved like a flag of truce when he saw me. "Francisca, right? You look like the photos I've seen of Elena. I'm David. Nice to meet you, even if the circumstances are strange." We sat down, and the waiter, a guy with cactus tattoos on his forearms, brought us steaming coffees and a plate of blueberry muffins that no one touched at first. David opened the folder and took out a photo from Miss Evans's class, a grainy black and white image of 25 children sitting cross-legged on mats, smiling awkwardly at the camera. There was Lucas in the middle row with the same unruly hair as in the photo I had found, a shy smile that didn't quite reach his dark eyes, and a t-shirt with a dinosaur print. "I found it in my parents' basement years ago," David explained, stirring his coffee with a spoon that clinked against the cup. Lucas was special, quiet, a little skittish, but with a boundless imagination. He loved to draw, rockets flying through entire galaxies, dinosaurs roaring in prehistoric jungles full of vines, and rivers of lava. We spent hours in the park across from his house, the one with the rusty swing and the sand that burned our feet in the summer, making up stories. He was always the leader, even if it didn't seem like it. He said the Power Rangers were nothing compared to his Guardians of the Desert, heroes who fought living sandstorms. I listened carefully, sipping my coffee that tasted bitter on my tongue, as David wove a verbal tapestry of memories that filled in the gaps of my discovery. He told me how Lucas was a sensitive child, covering his ears during 4th of July fireworks and refusing to cross the street if a car honked too loudly. "It was as if the world overwhelmed him," David said, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "But with me, it was different. He trusted me. Once, after a storm that left puddles all over the neighborhood, he confessed that he was afraid of his father when he was in a dark mood. He didn't say it with anger, just with that childlike honesty that breaks your heart. Your father always struck me as a strict guy," David continued, choosing his words carefully as if walking on broken glass. "Tomas was tall, you know. He had that upright posture of someone who had worked all his life in construction, building houses for others while his own was falling apart inside. He would pick us up from the park in his Ford pickup truck, the red one with the dented bumper, and he always had a smile for me, but with Lucas, there was something tense, as if he were measuring every move. I remember once, Lucas accidentally broke a vase while playing ball at home. It was one of those ceramic vases your mother had on the mantelpiece, with hand-painted flowers that looked Mexican. The ball bounced badly, and bang, it shattered. Lucas was terrified, pale as a ghost, his eyes wide open. He said to me, "Dad's going to get that look he gets when he's angry." And he hid behind the sofa, trembling, until your father arrived. The wolf stare. The phrase made my blood run cold, a chill that ran up my spine and settled in the back of my neck like cold fingers. I knew that look. It was the look my father gave when he was deeply displeased, a hard, icy expression that could freeze an entire room in seconds. As a child, I had seen it only a few times. When I got a bad grade in math, and he looked at me over his reading glasses, or when I argued with him about curfew at 16, and it had always made me run to take refuge with my mother in the kitchen, where the smell of warm tortillas dispelled my fear. "What exactly does that mean?" I asked, my voice a barely audible thread above the bustle of the cafe. David shrugged, a resigned gesture that wrinkled his shirt. "I don't know for sure. Lucas described it as when a wolf looks at you before it pounces. Yellow eyes, fixed, unblinking. He said that in those moments, his father wasn't himself. It was as if something wild came out of him, but the next day everything was normal. Hugs, vanilla ice cream after dinner. Lucas forgave him quickly as children do, but I saw how he slouched a little more each time, like a plant that doesn't get enough sun." The conversation went on for hours, the sun rising in the sky and casting dancing shadows on the table. David gave me more details, how Lucas collected smooth stones from the Salt River, keeping them in a rusty cookie tin under his bed, how they invented secret codes with sticks in the dirt in the backyard, messages that only they understood. How once, during a camping trip in the backyard, a borrowed tent that smelled of smoke and adventure, Lucas confided that he dreamed of flying away, to a place without noise or judgmental stares. When we said goodbye, with an awkward hug and a promise to keep in touch, I felt closer to Lucas than ever, but also further away from my parents, as if an abyss had opened up beneath my feet. I returned to my parents' house with an iron determination, steel tempered in the fire of the half-truth I had discovered. The house looked the same on the outside, the cactus garden blooming with purple flowers under the midday sun, the dented mailbox full of gardening catalogs, but inside, everything vibrated with the anticipation of confrontation. I waited until my mother was alone, on a Tuesday afternoon when my father was on his shift at the hardware store, selling screws and nails to impatient customers. Elena was in the backyard, watering her geraniums in terracotta pots lined up against the wooden fence, the water splashing onto the leaves with a soft hiss, and the sun filtering through the branches of a mesquite tree that shaded the space. She wore a flowered apron stained with dirt, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, and she hummed an old ranchera by Jose Alfredo Jimenez that floated in the warm air like cigarette smoke. I approached her from behind, my heart in my throat beating like a trapped bird, and without preamble, I took out the photo I had found on the shelf. I had retrieved it that morning, sliding it back with steady hands, and placed it on the wrought iron garden table, where a jug of lemonade sweated drops of condensation. "Who is it, Mom?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper muffled by the wind rustling the leaves. She looked at the photo, her eyes, those brown eyes that had always looked at me with unconditional love, fixed on the image as if they were nails sinking into wood. All the color drained from her face, leaving her olive skin pale as rice paper, and the watering can slipped from her fingers, falling to the concrete floor with a thud that splashed water and dirt in a fleeting rainbow. She slumped into a wicker chair, her legs failing her as if they were made of jelly, and for a long minute, a minute that stretched into an eternity, marked only by the dripping of the watering can and the buzzing of a bee in the flowers, there was only silence. A silence that weighed a ton, laden with years of unspoken lies. "Francisca," he finally began, his voice a broken thread, scratchy as gravel under boots. That's in the past, an old memory. It doesn't matter now. Come, help me with the geraniums, they're drying out." "Of course it matters," I burst out, unable to contain the torrent I had been damming up for days. My voice broke on the last syllable, and tears, those inevitable traitors, sprung forth, rolling down my cheeks in hot rivulets. "That boy's my brother. His name was Lucas, right? Lucas M. I found him in the attic, Mom. His toys, his books, his photos. Why did you hide him from me? Where is he? Is he dead? Why didn't anyone tell me anything in 30 years? The name, spoken aloud after so many years of exile, seemed to hit her physically like a punch to the solar plexus. She cringed in her chair, bringing her hands to her face in an instinctive protective gesture, her trembling fingers scratching the skin of her cheeks. And then she burst into tears. These were not gentle tears, the kind you wipe away with a lace handkerchief. They were deep, heart-wrenching sobs that came from a place that had been sealed with 7 keys for decades. A black well of guilt and pain that now overflowed like a broken dam. Her body shook with each ragged breath, her shoulders hunched under her apron, and the sound, an animalistic, primitive moan, froze my blood and made me kneel beside her, taking her cold, damp hands in mine. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," she repeated through her tears, her words choked with snot and saliva as she rocked back and forth like a frightened child. We didn't know what else to do. We were young, Francisca. Your father and I, we only wanted what was best for everyone. The story that came out in bits and pieces between tears and long pauses where the sun moved lazily across the sky and the shadows of the geraniums lengthened was more terrifying than any ghost story I had read in sleepless nights. There was no tragic death, the kind that is recounted at wakes with wilted flowers and wreaths of white roses. There was no terminal illness that consumed a child's body in hospital beds with tubes and beeping monitors. There was a decision, a cold, calculated choice, born of panic and shame in an era when differences were swept under worn-out rugs. Lucas, according to my mother, had been a difficult child from the beginning, a whirlwind of emotions that did not fit the mold of conventional childhood. Today, with advances in psychology and awareness campaigns in schools, he might have been diagnosed with mild autism spectrum disorder, or with severe anxiety aggravated by family stress. They would have talked about occupational therapy, inclusive schools with sensory classrooms, and teachers trained to guide minds that process the world differently. But in the late 1980s, in a Mexican immigrant family that had crossed the border with dreams of stability and success, my father working double shifts on construction sites under the scorching sun, my mother sewing uniforms in a textile factory to supplement the income, Lucas was simply a problem, an enigma that defied the expectations of normality they had imported in their worn suitcases. Children who obeyed, who socialized in parks and at birthday parties, who did not embarrass the family with public tantrums. "He was 3 when it started," my mother whispered, wiping her nose with the back of her hand, her eyes red and swollen like ripe plums. The tantrums. God, Francisca, they lasted for hours. A change in dinner. Bread instead of tortillas. And he would throw himself on the floor, screaming until his face turned purple, his fists pounding. The carpet as if he wanted to punch a hole to hell. He couldn't look the neighbors in the eye at neighborhood barbecues. He would hide behind my skirts, trembling if someone raised their voice or if a balloon popped. And the noises, the planes flying over the house, the neighbor mowing the lawn with that infernal machine. They paralyzed him. He would cover his ears and rock back and forth, singing that silly song I made up about stars that don't fall. My father, Tomas, a pragmatic man forged in the poverty of a village in Jalisco, where pride was the only currency that mattered, couldn't accept it. For him, Lucas's behavior wasn't a neurological condition, but a personal challenge, a direct affront to his authority and the image of a strong man he had built from scratch, emigrating without a penny, learning English in fits and starts in night classes, rising from laborer to foreman in a decade. He saw it as a hereditary weakness, perhaps an echo of the madness rumored about his own grandmother, and tried to correct it with a heavy hand. Screaming first, my mother continued, her voice breaking like glass. Then punishments. I would send him to his room without dinner, with the door closed, telling him that men don't cry like that. "Be normal, Lucas, like the other kids," I would repeat. But the more I pressured him, the more your brother withdrew. He shut himself away in his own world, hours drawing in silence, lining up his plastic soldiers in perfect formations, talking only to his teddy bear. And your father's gaze, that wolfish gaze David mentioned, became more frequent. It was as if Lucas reminded him of everything he feared being: vulnerable, different. The situation reached an unsustainable breaking point, a climax that my mother described in a broken voice, as if reliving the ozone smell of an impending storm. It was the summer of '88, the suffocating heat that made the air ripple over the asphalt and the ceiling fans spin lazily without cooling anything. The house was a silent battlefield, unwashed dishes piled in the sink, clothes strewn across the hallway like corpses from past battles, and the phone ringing with calls from school about incidents. Lucas biting his arm until it bled during a fire drill, refusing to participate in recess for fear of balls flying like meteorites. "Your father said he couldn't take it anymore," my mother whispered, staring into the void where the geraniums swayed like silent witnesses. One night, after Lucas had a meltdown over a change in the school bus route, he screamed so loudly that the neighbors called the police. Tomas sat in the kitchen with a beer in his hand and looked at me. "This is no life, Elena," he said. "The boy is broken inside. He's going to ruin our lives, his too. People are already talking. What's wrong with that Morales boy? Is he retarded? I can't take it anymore." The decision was not a violent crime, the kind that fills the headlines with blood and wailing sirens. It was bureaucratic, cold, ruthless, like an administrative form in triplicate. My parents both in agreement after nights of whispered arguments in the darkness of the bedroom. My mother crying into her pillow, my father smoking cigarettes on the porch until dawn tinged the sky, committed Lucas to a state institution for children with behavioral problems. It was called the Phoenix Children's Rehabilitation Center, a gray brick building on the outskirts of town, surrounded by barbed wire fences and a parking lot full of unmarked vans. My mother could only talk about it with an uncontrollable tremor in her voice, her lips pale and her hands clasped as if in prayer. "It was horrible, Francisca. It smelled of chemical disinfectant and old urine, of contained despair, screams all day long, children tied to chairs, others banging their heads against padded walls. The rooms were cells with metal beds and fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry wasps. Lucas. When we took him there for the first time, he carried his backpack with his teddy bear and police car, clutching them like lifelines. The social worker, a woman with her hair in a bun and thick-rimmed glasses, took him by the hand and led him down an endless hallway. He looked back at us, and his eyes were black wells of betrayal. "Mommy, why?" he asked, but the door closed before I could answer. They visited him once a month for a whole year, trips my mother described as pilgrimages to hell, driving down Interstate 10 with her heart in her throat, signing logs at the cold reception desk, sitting in a visiting room with scratched formica tables and creaky plastic chairs. Each time, Lucas was worse, quieter, more distant. The sparkle in his eyes dulled like a burnt-out light bulb. "He stopped drawing," my mother said, sobbing again. "At first, he would show us clumsy scribbles of rockets, but soon, nothing. He would rock back and forth in his chair, muttering nonsense about wolves and stars. He didn't recognize me in the end. It was as if my son was no longer inside that skinny, pale body, replaced by a shell that the place had molded. And then my father made the final decision, the cruelest of all, wrapped in the cloak of masculine rationality. One autumn afternoon, with the mesquite leaves falling like sad confetti, he said it was torture for everyone, that prolonging the visits was like sticking knives into open wounds. "It's better to let go," he declared, using invisible quotation marks that turned abandonment into an act of mercy. They stopped going. They erased Lucas from their lives with the precision of an editor reviewing a flawed manuscript. They moved to their current home, a quieter neighborhood on the west side of Phoenix, changed their social circle, goodbye to the gossipy neighbors, hello to the Methodist church with its choir of comforting hymns. They stored his things in the attic, under old clothes, and swore never to mention his name again, not on sleepless nights or at family parties. It was a clean slate, a blank canvas on which to paint the perfect family. A few years later, in 1995, I was born. The normal daughter, with predictable cries and smiles that fit the mold, the opportunity to start over, to have the ideal family my father had always dreamed of. Quiet dinners, academic achievements, a future without shadows. It was as if he had died, my mother said, wiping her tears with a cotton handkerchief she took from her apron pocket, the fabric soggy and wrinkled. It was easier to pretend he had died, to tell people that a fever took him, that God wanted him with him. At least that way we could mourn in private, light a candle on his birthday without questions. But this was worse. I left him alive, but I killed him myself. Horror settled over me, not like a sudden fright that makes your skin crawl and your pulse race, but like a slab of ice that settles on your chest and slowly spreads, freezing your veins and arteries until the world loses color. My family was not what I believed it to be, a warm refuge from the storms of adulthood. The love they had given me was real, hugs at airports, hot soup when I was sick, whispered advice in moments of doubt, but it had been built on the rotten foundations of a monstrous betrayal, a human sacrifice disguised as pragmatism. My father had chosen to get rid of his son because he didn't fit his ideal of masculinity and success. My mother had allowed it, complicit in her silence for fear of losing everything. They had chosen oblivion as a solution, a temporary balm that now oozed like an infected wound. The confrontation with my father was the hardest part, a duel I anticipated for days, like a boxer preparing for the ring, reviewing arguments in the bathroom mirror, practicing a firm but non-accusatory tone, rehearsing the tears I didn't want to shed. I waited for a Friday night, when the sun was setting in a spectacle of oranges and purples over the distant mountains, and the house smelled of roast beef marinated in achiote and cumin. My mother had gone out to buy dessert at the neighborhood bakery, leaving us alone in the dining room with the table set and an open bottle of red wine breathing. My father was in his brown leather recliner, the one he had bought at a bargain in a thrift store, leafing through the evening paper with his reading glasses perched on his nose. I watched him for a moment, 65 years old, gray hair slicked back with pomade, hands calloused and stained with grease from the hardware store, a man who had aged with stoic dignity. "Dad," I said, sitting down on the sofa across from him, the photo from the album in my lap like a sheathed sword. "We need to talk about Lucas." He didn't flinch at first, just folded the newspaper with deliberate slowness, the rustle of paper filling the silence like distant thunder. When he spoke, his voice was grave, without a trace of regret, a deep bass that resonated off the walls. "Your mother told you, huh? Good. It's time you knew. But don't make a fuss, Francisca. It was 37 years ago." "Don't give me that," I shouted, jumping up, the photo falling to the floor with a flutter. The anger, that beast that had been chained inside me, broke loose with a roar. 37 years of lies. He was your son, Dad, your firstborn. How could you abandon him in that place? How could you pretend he didn't exist while raising me as if we were a perfect family? He stood up too, the recliner creaking in protest, and for the first time I saw a glimpse of the wolfish look in his eyes. Cold, yellow in the lamplight, fixed on me without blinking. "It was a problem that had no solution," he replied, raising his voice for the first time in years, a thunderclap that made the cutlery on the table vibrate. "He was destroying your mother, Francisca. I saw her crying every night, exhausted from fighting with him, from hiding his crises from the neighbors. He was going to destroy us all, our work, our home, our reputation. Back then, there were no magic pills or expensive therapies. It was him or us. I made the decision a man has to make to protect his family. Protect." I spat out the word like poison, tears burning my eyes. "You abandoned him. You locked him up in hell and abandoned him like unwanted luggage. What if it had been me, Dad? Would you have done the same to me if I didn't fit your mold?" "It was best for him too," he shouted, pounding the arm of the chair with his clenched fist, the impact echoing like a gunshot in the closed room. His face reddened, veins swelling in his neck. And for a moment, I feared he would have a heart attack right there, collapsing onto the Persian rug. What did you want? For us to live our whole lives tied to an emotional invalid? For us to drag him from doctor to doctor, spending what little we had while he sucked our blood? No, Francisca. I put him where he could be fixed. The experts said it was temporary, if he hadn't been so stubborn. The word invalid echoed through the room like a final shot, an echo that pierced my heart and twisted it. At that moment, I knew I could never completely forgive him, that the bridge between us had been burned to the ground. He didn't see Lucas as his son, flesh of his flesh, but as a manufacturing error, a defective batch that had to be discarded to save the rest of the inventory. He slumped back into the armchair, gasping for breath, the wolfish look fading into deep fatigue, and the silence that followed was worse than the screams. A void where paternal love should have been. But my story doesn't end with that scream, with that irrevocable fracture that left the house shaking like after an earthquake. Because Lucas wasn't dead, not physically at least. The fire of confrontation turned into a burning obsession to find him, an impulse that consumed me during office hours, where I typed numbers into spreadsheets with my mind miles away, and on lonely nights where I dreamed of his toothless face calling me from the darkness. I hired a private investigator a week later, a man named Raul Vargas, whom I found in the digital yellow pages, with an office in a Mesa strip mall and a website that promised discretion and results. He was a 50-year-old guy with a thick mustache and a loose tie who smelled of menthol, cigarettes, and black coffee. We met in his office, cluttered with folders, and a map of Arizona pinned to the wall with red thumbtacks, and I told him everything. The photo, the attic, the confessions, David's forum. It's like looking for a needle in a state haystack, he said, scribbling notes on a yellowed notepad. Records from institutions in the 1980s are sealed for privacy reasons, but I have contacts in the Department of Social Services. It costs $1,500 up front plus expenses. The process was long, complicated by the passage of time and the bureaucratic opacity of the systems of that era. Weeks of calls to offices in Phoenix and Santa Fe, yellowed faxes sent to dusty files in government basements, and weekly meetings where Raul updated me with crumbs of information. I found a transfer to a center in Albuquerque in 1990, a record of enrollment in a supervised housing program in 2005. Every detail was a piece of the puzzle. Lucas had gone from institution to institution, a nomadism forced by budget cuts and psychological evaluations that labeled him uncooperative. He had learned to read in a basic skills workshop, worked on an organic vegetable farm, washing carrots under the New Mexico sun, and finally, at age 38, was living independently with minimal support. The cost escalated to $3,000, money I took out of my savings for the trip to Europe I had planned, but it was worth every penny when Raul gave me the address. A supervised apartment in downtown Albuquerque, on a street called Silver Avenue, a red brick building with wheelchair ramps and a discreet sign reading Southwest Assisted Living. The trip to Albuquerque was an odyssey of nerves and anticipation. I drove my Honda Civic down I-10 and then I-25, the desert unfolding like an endless sea of sand under a relentless blue sky, stopping at gas stations to buy bottles of warm water and energy bars that I chewed flavorlessly. My mind was a whirlwind. What if he didn't recognize me? What if he rejected me, slamming the door in my face with the same coldness my parents had abandoned him? I arrived at sunset, the sun sinking behind the Sandia Mountains in a blaze of reds and golds, and parked in front of the building. A modest 3-story complex with white curtained windows and a communal garden where late tulips swayed in the breeze. My heart pounded in my chest as I climbed the stairs. The elevator was out of order, a handwritten sign announced, and knocked on the door of apartment 2B, holding the photo from the album in my hand like a safe conduct pass. The door was opened by a man of medium height, thin as a reed, with dark hair now sprinkled with gray and cut in a practical style, and eyes that were wells of serene calm. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt and sweatpants, and in his right hand he held a paperback book. The Little Prince, I recognized with a pang. He looked at me for a second, assessing me without haste, and then said, in a soft voice, a little monotonous like the murmur of a distant stream, "I know who you are. You look like Mom. Come in." He invited me in with a broad gesture, and I crossed the threshold with jelly legs. Her apartment was minimalist, tidy to the point of obsession. Bare white walls, a beige fabric sofa with perfectly aligned cushions, a coffee table with a single succulent plant in the center, and shelves full of books sorted by color, blues together, greens apart. There were no photos on the walls, no dusty frames or sentimental collages, just pure functionality, a refuge from the chaos of the outside world. The air smelled of chamomile tea and old paper, and from the open kitchen came the whistle of a kettle on the stove. She poured me a steaming cup in a plain ceramic mug with 2 spoonfuls of sugar that she stirred with metronomic precision and sat down across from me in a wooden chair, waiting with her hands clasped in her lap. I didn't know where to start, the lump in my throat preventing me from speaking. I took a sip of tea, scalding my tongue, and finally blurted out, "Lucas, I'm Francisca, your sister. I found your things in the attic. The photo, the toys. Mom told me everything. I'm so sorry. For everything." He nodded slowly, as if processing the information at a deliberate pace, his eyes fixed on mine without the intensity of anger, just a distant curiosity. "I know," he said without dramatic inflection. "The researcher called last week. He said you were coming. It's interesting." He paused, staring at the cup as if it held answers. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you like to see my rock collection?" The conversation flowed in waves, not like an emotional torrent, but like a calm river winding through ancient canyons. I told him about the photo on the shelf, the attic dust that stung my nose, my mother's confession in the backyard with the forgotten watering cans, the meeting with David at the cafe, the untouched muffins, and the Power Rangers anecdotes. He listened, nodding, interspersing brief comments. David was good. He lent me his comics. Spider-Man was my favorite. He told me about his life in fragments, a linear succession of institutions and adaptations, without embellishment or self-imposed pity. "They left me at the center," he said, referring to my parents with a neutrality that hurt more than hatred. "At first, I hoped they would come back." I counted the days on the walls with my fingernails, scratches like a prison calendar. The people there, they weren't good. Screams in the night, lights that wouldn't turn off, meals on plastic trays that smelled like soap. A boy hanged himself in the shared bathroom. I hid under the bed, covering my ears. Then, transfers to a group home in Las Cruces, where he learned to fold clothes in a communal laundry room, to a workshop in Santa Fe, sorting stamps in a post office for the disabled, and finally, to this apartment in Albuquerque, subsidized by a state program that allowed him to work at the nearby municipal library, restocking shelves with mystery novels and gardening manuals. "I like the silence of books," he explained, getting up to show me his bookshelf. "They don't shout. They don't judge. I read about worlds where wolves are just animals, not stairs." His life was one of meticulous survival, fixed routines, oatmeal breakfast at 7 a.m., walk in the park at 5 p.m., tea alone at 9, superficial friendships with other residents, a bi-weekly therapist who arrived in a gray sedan. There was no bitterness in his words, only a deep, somewhat sad acceptance of his place in the world, like a tree that grows crooked but still reaches toward the light. "Don't you hate them?" I asked, my voice breaking with the emotion he kept at bay, tears welling up again as I held his hand, dry, warm, calloused from turning pages. "Dad, for his wolfish gaze. Mom, for letting it happen." He reflected for a moment, looking out the window where the city lights were beginning to come on like fireflies. "Hate is a very loud noise," he finally replied, his voice a whisper. I prefer silence. Dad was afraid of me, of what I represented, that his blood wasn't perfect, that the world doesn't bend to the will of a strong man. Mom, she cried a lot. I could hear her from my room, but she chose silence too. People are afraid of what they don't understand. I understood it late. Fear made them that way. I don't hate them. I just go on without them. His forgiveness, or rather his lack of need to hate, that wisdom forged in the fires of loneliness, was the most overwhelming thing. A balm that healed wounds I didn't even know I had. It was he, the eternal victim, who possessed a crystal clarity that my parents and I, trapped in our drama of secrets and guilt, did not have. We talked until midnight about trivialities and profundities. His favorite stones, a pink quartzite from the Rio Grande, polished by centuries of current. My worst romantic dates, a guy who collected stamps and talked only about them. The taste of the pozole my mother made at Christmas. When I left, with a hug that lasted a whole minute, her body stiff at first, then relaxing like a spring, I felt that something had broken and been put back together inside me. That day, sitting in her quiet apartment with tea cooling in my cup, a new relationship was born. Not that of a younger sister and an older brother reuniting after a separation due to an affair or a misunderstanding. It is something more complex, more fragile, like a rope bridge over a deep canyon. We talk on the phone weekly, short calls about the weather in Albuquerque, monsoon rains flooding the streets, or a book we both read, 100 Years of Solitude, which he devoured in 3 days. And I visit when I can, driving on the weekend with a cooler full of homemade tamales that I clumsily prepare in my kitchen. In the end, I got to know him and hear his side of the story. That monotone voice revealing depths of resilience. It was the quietest, most serene, and in many ways, the most terrifying part of all, because it showed that the real horror was not what had been done to him, the abandonment, the institutions, the erasure, but my parents' ability to live with that decision, to build a happy life on the back of a broken child, to laugh at dinners, to hang photos of me on the walls, to die a little every day without the world noticing. Today, I still see my parents. The visits are short, polite, like dances in a minefield. Lunches in Mexican restaurants where we order enchiladas without talking about the unspoken. Walks in the garden where my mother points out new cactus shoots and my father comments on the price of gas. Lucas's ghost is no longer hidden in bookshelves or attics. He sits at the table with us, in the space between our measured words, in the pauses where our eyes avoid each other. My father has aged more in recent months, his wrinkles deepening like cracks in dry clay, and sometimes I catch him looking at old photos with an expression that could be regret. My mother, for her part, has started therapy, virtual sessions with a Latina counselor who talks about cycles of trauma, and sends me text messages with flower emojis, a fragile attempt to reconnect. And I go to Albuquerque from time to time, 4 or 5 times a year, when work allows and the desert doesn't seem so vast. I sit with Lucas in his quiet apartment, now adorned with a photo of us, taken on my second visit, smiling awkwardly at my phone camera, hanging on the wall like a modest trophy. Sometimes we talk about the news, a hurricane on the East Coast, a new science fiction book, about dreams. He dreams of wolves running free, not hunting. Sometimes we just watch television, documentaries about space where real rockets streak across the stars he drew as a child, or reruns of crime shows that we comment on in monosyllables. It's not the sibling relationship it could have been. Noisy Thanksgiving dinners, advice on failed romances, shared inheritances. But it's real. It's built on truth, however painful, on the frayed threads of a tapestry I once believed to be perfect. And in a world that once decided to erase him like a typo, that's all that matters. The persistence of his existence, the echo of his soft voice in the silence, the reminder that families are not immaculate canvases, but fabrics full of patches, stains, and unexpected colors. I have always believed that childhood should be a distant land to which one returns with nostalgia, a place of faded photo albums and memories bathed in golden light, where summers stretch out like chewing gum under the relentless sun, and children's laughter echoes across the fields like the echoes of a forgotten song, a land of rusty bicycles abandoned in yards of yellowing grass, of afternoons spent building forts out of sheets and pillows, of the implicit promise that the world is a safe, predictable place where shadows only last until you turn on the light. Mine, however, is a minefield, an arid and treacherous landscape where every step threatens to detonate an explosion of pain buried under layers of dry earth and feigned normality. A place my mind refuses to return to, except in those unexpected and inexorable moments, in the stillness of the night when the clock strikes 3:27 a.m., and the silence of my Denver apartment is filled with a spectral hum, or when a trivial detail acts as an invisible trigger, the acrid, sweet smell of a certain pipe tobacco seeping in from the hallway of a heavy smoking neighbor, the metallic definitive sound of a screen door slamming shut on a windy afternoon, the rough touch of a calloused hand on the fabric of a child's shirt. Those fragments transport me back to that silent panic, a terror that doesn't scream or writhe, but settles like fog in your lungs, slowly suffocating you without anyone noticing the bubbles breaking on the surface. I've been carrying this for almost 25 years, an invisible weight that has embedded itself in my bones like lead, distorting my posture, my smile, my relationships with the world. 25 years of recurring nightmares that wake me up drenched in cold sweat, my heart galloping like a runaway horse on the plain, and the blurred image of a wrinkled, smiling face floating in the darkness like a mocking ghost. 25 years of mistrust of men of a certain age, those guys in their 60s or 70s with big hands and prominent veins, who look at me in the supermarket or at the gas station and send a chill up my spine, a primal instinct that makes me take a step back, clench my fists in my pockets. 25 years of silent rage, a slow fire burning in the pit of my stomach that sometimes seems to consume me from within, causing me to explode in trivial arguments with coworkers or in prolonged silences during family dinners that I avoid like the plague. My name is Peter Johnson, and this is the story that has taken me a lifetime to find the courage to tell, a story I have rehearsed in my mind thousands of times, in hot showers where the steam erases the tears, on lonely walks along the snowy sidewalks of Colorado, in the pages of a diary I hide under my mattress like a forbidden artifact. It's not easy to unearth such deep pain, to expose the wounds that your own family inflicted on you with the precision of a sadistic surgeon, wounds that heal poorly and fester at the most inopportune moments. But silence, I've learned through intermittent therapy and self-help books that I leaf through with skepticism, is the monster's best ally. It is the cloak that allows them to multiply in the shadows, stalking new generations with innocent smiles and burning hugs. And if by breaking it, by letting these words spill out like blood from an open vein, I can prevent another girl, another boy, from going through the same thing my sister Sarah and I went through, that maze of lies and forbidden touches that robbed us of our innocence and left us as empty shells, then every painful word I am about to write will be worth it. Every twinge in my chest that makes me pause the keyboard and take a deep breath, looking out the window at the silhouette of the Rocky Mountains silhouetted against a leaden October sky. We grew up in a small Kansas town called Eldridge, a forgotten dot on the map where the plains stretch as far as the eye can see, an undulating sea of golden wheat in summer and dry corn in winter, interrupted only by silver silos that glisten in the sun like lighthouses in an ocean of nothingness. It was the kind of place where everyone knows, or thinks they know, everyone else. Mr. Wilkins at the hardware store who charges you a little less if you tell him your grandmother's apple pie recipe, Mrs. Hargrove at the grocery store who gossips about the Methodist pastor's divorce while scanning your cans of Campbell's soup, and the local sheriff who patrols the dusty streets in his Ford Crown Victoria with the radio crackling with 80s country ballads. We were a picture-perfect family, a living postcard of rural America that could have come straight out of a life insurance commercial or a 70s TV show. Outwardly, we were the Johnsons, hard-working parents who rose at dawn for their shifts at the meat processing plant on the edge of town. My father, Robert, in his grease-stained overalls and dented metal lunchbox. My mother, Linda, in her flowery apron and hair pulled back in a practical bun. Two well-behaved children who attended the red brick elementary school with canvas backpacks and rehearsed smiles for class photos, and a modest two-story house with a white picket fence in desperate need of a coat of paint, surrounded by a front yard where wilted rose bushes grew and a rusty swing creaked in the wind. Neighbors greeted us with a nod as they drove by in their Chevy trucks, and at church meetings on Sunday mornings, my mother served Jell-O pie on paper plates while my father chatted about gas prices with the other men, their deep voices mingling with the Hammond organ and hymns about redeeming grace. But inside those cracked drywall and worn linoleum walls, the structure was crumbling like a house of cards under a gust of tornado wind. My parents struggled financially, a constant tug of war with bills piling up on the kitchen table like dry leaves. The payment for the car that broke down every winter, the mortgage payments that rose with the inflation of the 1980s, my mother's medical expenses after an appendicitis that left her bedridden for a whole month. And I believe now, with the hindsight of someone who has dissected their past in therapy sessions paid for in installments, that they were also struggling in their marriage, a minefield of unspoken reproaches and sleepless nights where the mattress became a continent divided by an ocean of silence. My father would come home exhausted, smelling of sweat and raw meat, and sink into his recliner with a Michelob beer in his hand, the click of the opener echoing like a full stop in the conversation. My mother, with dark circles under her eyes that cheap makeup couldn't hide, would make dinners of spaghetti with canned tomato sauce or frozen hamburgers, her smile as tense as barbed wire. On weekends, in a desperate attempt to find respite from the suffocating routine, they sought an escape. They hired a babysitter for Saturday nights, Mrs. Ellis, a 50-year-old widow with lavender perfume and gossip about the neighbors, and went out to dinner at the only diner in town, the Prairie Moon, with its scratched formica tables and flashing neon sign promising homemade pecan pie, and got drunk on watered-down margaritas while dancing to Willie Nelson songs on the sticky linoleum dance floor. That respite, for Sarah and me, became a sentence, a weekly exile to a hell disguised as family tradition. Every Saturday morning, the ritual was always the same, a script repeated with the precision of a faulty Swiss watch that marks the hours with an ominous tick-tock. I would wake up to the sun filtering through the threadbare lace curtains in my room, a dusty ray falling on my single bed with faded superhero sheets. Batman and Superman, whose heroic faces now seemed to me like cruel caricatures of justice that did not exist. Sarah was already up, her bed in the next room made with military precision, the air heavy with the scent of ivory soap and double mint gum, which I chewed to calm my nerves. We would descend the creaky stairs, the splintered wooden handrail scraping against our palms, and find our mother in the kitchen, the cold linoleum beneath our bare feet, preparing breakfast with mechanical movements, scrambled eggs in a steaming black skillet, Wonder Bread, toast with butter melting into yellow puddles, and glasses of powdered Tang milk that tasted like dissolved cardboard. She packed a change of clothes in worn canvas backpacks, rolled up white socks, cotton t-shirts with logos of baseball teams we had never seen play, a pair of jeans with patches on the knees, gave us a quick kiss on the forehead that smelled of Nivea cream and accumulated fatigue, and said in a voice that was meant to be cheerful but came out strained like an out-of-tune accordion, "Be good to your grandfather and uncles. They're going to love spending the weekend with you. Remember to brush your teeth, and don't get your clothes dirty." Sarah nodded her head, her blonde braids swinging like the pendulums of a running-out hourglass, and I mumbled, "Yes, Mom," while my stomach twisted into knots of nauseating anticipation. We climbed into our father's car, a 1978 Dodge Aspen with cracked vinyl upholstery that stuck to our legs in the summer and smelled of Salem cigarettes stubbed out in the overflowing ashtray. He drove in tense silence, his knuckles white on the worn plastic steering wheel, the radio tuned to a country station crackling with static. He stopped Loving Her Today by George Jones, a tear-jerking ballad about loss that now makes my skin crawl. The 20 minutes separating our neighborhood from the outskirts of town stretching like hours in a dentist's waiting room. The road was a monotonous landscape. Cracked asphalt roads flanked by rusted barbed wire fences, soybean fields swaying in the wind like green waves, and faded Coca-Cola signs nailed to crooked posts. Finally, we turned onto the gravel road that crunched under the tires like breaking bones. And there it was. The isolated farm, where my paternal grandfather, Harold Johnson, and my two unmarried uncles, Roy and Dennis, lived, an oasis of isolation in the middle of nowhere, so remote that the wail of ambulance sirens sounded like a rumor from another planet. The farm should have been a paradise for a child, a realm of adventure straight out of a Hardy Boys book or the fantasies I scribbled in my sketchbooks during math class. It had red barns, faded by the sun, filled with hay pressed into yellow bales that stung the skin and smelled of fertile soil and endless summer, with exposed wooden beams where spiders wove silvery webs like nets of dreams. Endless fields to run through, covered with tall grass that whispered secrets to the wind and dotted with yellow and purple wildflowers that Sarah and I picked into clumsy bouquets to adorn imaginary vases. A shallow stream at the edge of the property, with clear water gurgling over smooth pebbles and tiny fish glistening like coins beneath the surface. A place where we could skip stones and watch ripples spread like promises of freedom. Gnarled apple trees in the backyard, laden with tart fruit that we bit into until juice dripped down our chins, and a makeshift tire swing hanging from a thick branch, creaking with a rhythmic wail as we swung ourselves toward the sky. But for us, for Sarah and me, that farm was a prison without visible bars, a labyrinth of terrors disguised as family routine. The air, instead of smelling of freedom, was permeated with an oppressive stench, fine dust that got into our nostrils like desert sand, old corn fermenting in remote silos, and the heavy, cloying mixture of Prince Albert pipe tobacco. That earthy, sickly sweet aroma that clung to the curtains like smoke from a smoldering fire, and cheap bottled whiskey, Evan Williams or Old Crow, evaporating from half-empty bottles forgotten on wobbly tables. The house itself was a decrepit relic of the 1930s. Splintered wooden plank walls painted a dirty white, a front porch with boards that groaned under the weight, and a rusty screen door that slammed shut with a metallic click that still wakes me in a panic today, like the shot of a distant shotgun. Grandpa Harold was a big man, imposing as a 100-year-old oak tree twisted by storms, with a broad chest that stretched his plaid flannel shirts to the point where the buttons threatened to fly off like stray bullets. His hands were like excavator shovels, calloused and permanently stained with dirt, with broken nails and deep grooves that told stories of decades of plowing fields and repairing Massey Ferguson tractors that roared like enraged beasts. His voice was deep, a rumble that originated in his chest and vibrated in the air like the thunder that precedes a dust storm, capable of silencing an entire room with a single syllable. He had thin white hair, slicked back with Brill cream, hair cream that smelled like petroleum, a thick mustache that moved like a wire brush when he spoke, and watery blue eyes that sparkled with a mixture of rural cunning and something darker, a hunger hidden behind heavy eyelids. My uncles, Roy and Dennis, were younger, rougher versions of him, distorted echoes of his elongated shadow. Roy, the eldest, 38, was a colossus of hard muscles forged in manual labor, arms like oak trunks covered in curly black hair, a thick neck that made his head look like it was planted directly on his shoulders, and a raucous laugh that exploded like firecrackers on the 4th of July, but never reached his eyes, those sunken brown eyes that scanned the world with the greed of a raven. He always wore faded Levi's jeans with leather patches on the knees, muddy Red Wing work boots, and sleeveless t-shirts that revealed faded tattoos of eagles and anchors done at a state fair decades ago. Dennis, the youngest, 35, was thinner, almost wiry, with an angular face and a perpetual smile that was nothing more than a twisted grimace, as if the whole world were a cruel joke that only he understood. His greasy brown hair fell in strands across his forehead, and he smoked Lucky Strike cigarettes non-stop, the smoke curling lazily from his lips, smelling of tar and secrets. Both were countrymen, born and raised on that same arid land, with drawls that turned vowels into moans and vocabularies peppered with curses and anecdotes about failed harvests or rebellious cows. At first, on those early weekends when we were too young to understand the rot beneath the surface, we tried to enjoy the open spaces, clinging to the illusion of adventure. We ran through the fields until sweat stuck our clothes to our skin and our cheeks burned like ripe tomatoes. We played hide and seek in the barn where the hay made us sneeze violently and the beams creaked under the weight of frightened pigeons. We threw stones into the stream, counting the ripples that spread like promises of waves in a zen pond, and climbed the apple trees until the branches groaned and the fruit fell like acid hail. But the moment always came. Always. Like the twilight that inevitably tinges the sky with purple. The game would take a turn, the air would thicken, and the prison would close around us with the softness of a spider's web. My first clear memory of what was really happening takes place on a Saturday afternoon in late spring, when the air still held the coolness of recent rain and the sun filtered through cotton-like clouds like accusing fingers. I was about 7 years old, a skinny boy with scraped knees from climbing fences and tousled blonde hair that my mother tried to tame with a plastic comb. Sarah was 9, a girl with big brown eyes that absorbed the world like sponges, freckles sprinkled across her nose, and a plaid cotton dress that reached her calves, bought at the thrift store on Route 50. We were sitting on the worn sofa in the main living room, a piece of furniture covered in threadbare green velvet with springs poking through the fabric, smelling of accumulated dust and the dried sweat of past generations. The television, a Zenith console with rabbit ears that picked up fuzzy signals, was showing a rerun of the Brady Bunch, the canned laughter of the audience echoing hollowly in the room, like echoes of a normal life that mocked us. Grandpa Harold sat in his wicker chair, reinforced with rusty nails, a makeshift throne that creaked under his weight, a corncob pipe in his mouth that he sucked on noisily, smoke rising in lazy curls toward the cracked ceiling. Roy and Dennis sat on milking stools brought in from the barn, their boots leaving muddy footprints on the unpolished wood floor, Coors beers in their hands dripping cold condensation onto their jeans. Suddenly, the mood changed, as if an invisible electric current had run through the room and charged the air with ozone and menace. The sitcom on TV continued to play, Marcia Brady complaining about a ruined hairstyle, fake laughter echoing, but the attention was no longer there. It had shifted to us, 2 children frozen on the couch like rabbits under the gaze of a hawk. Grandpa Harold stubbed out his pipe on the edge of a fogged-up glass ashtray, the scraping sound echoing like nails on a chalkboard, and his deep voice cut through the air. "Come here, kid." He pointed at me with a calloused finger, thick as a carrot, the nail yellowed from tobacco. I approached slowly, my heart beginning to pound in my chest, like a distant war drum, my palms sweating against the sides of my khaki shorts. He stood me up in front of him, his knees spread like the jaws of a bear trap, and his large hands, those gloves of flesh hardened by decades of work, ran over my thin arms, my bony shoulders, with a deliberate slowness that made each touch feel like an eternity. "You're growing strong, Peter," he murmured, his hot breath, reeking of whiskey and unbrushed teeth invading my space. But his tone was not one of paternal pride, of that warmth I associated with the stories my father told about his childhood on that same farm. It was possessive, a territorial claim that made my skin crawl as if I were being measured for a custom-made coffin. His fingers, rough as sandpaper, slid down my back, beyond the waistband of my shorts, exploring with a familiarity he had no right to. I froze, my body rigid as a salt statue, my primitive instinct, even at that tender age, when the world should still be one of fairy tales and vanilla ice cream, screaming at me that this was wrong, very wrong, a taboo that writhed in my belly like an awakening snake. I glanced at Roy and Dennis out of the corner of my eye, looking for a lifeline in their weathered faces, but they weren't looking at me. Their eyes, glazed over from beer, and something darker were fixed on Sarah, who had curled up on the sofa like an armored hedgehog, hugging herself with thin arms crossed over her chest, her knees pulled up to her chin in a makeshift shield. Dennis smiled, a crooked, wet grimace that stretched his thin lips over yellow teeth, his upper lip beaded with sweat. "The girl is blossoming too," he said, his voice a viscous whisper that tangled in the smoke of his cigarette, the words hanging in the air like poison dripping from a leaf. That was the first time I understood, in a visceral and terrifying way that burned into my marrow like a red-hot iron, that we were prey in a family hunting ground, selected not for love but for opportunity and shared secrecy. The weekend unfolded from there like a slow, methodical nightmare, an hourglass pouring grains of black sand over our heads. The abuse was never violent in the sense of blows that leave visible bruises or broken bones that crackle beneath the skin. There were no marks to show at school on Monday, no elaborate excuses about falls in the creek or fights with imaginary siblings. It was the violence of betrayal, subtle and corrosive, like rust devouring a nail buried in damp earth. The invasion of boundaries no child should ever know, touches that slipped under clothing like shadows in a dark room, whispers that curled in the ear like thorny vines. Grandfather separated us with mundane excuses. "Peter, help me check the tractor in the barn. Sarah, come to the kitchen and peel potatoes for dinner." And in those isolated spaces, the world contracted to a point of pain and dissociation. His hands explored with expert calm, as if they were mechanics adjusting a faulty engine, and the stench of tobacco and whiskey mixed with the sweat of my terror, a nauseating cocktail that still turns my stomach in restaurants with steak menus. "This is our little secret," Grandpa would tell us afterward, his voice a deep purr as he buttoned our shirts with fingers that trembled slightly, not with remorse, but with satiety, his breath filling my nostrils like toxic smoke. "If you tell your parents, they'll be very angry. They'll be very sad. They'll think you caused it. And maybe they won't love you anymore. The family will break up, and it will all be the fault of the children who don't know how to keep quiet." The threat was clear and effective, a poison injected directly into the bloodstream of our childish trust. The fear of abandonment, of waking up on a Sunday and finding our beds empty, of being sent to a horror movie orphanage with gray walls and watery soup, was more than enough to seal our lips with an invisible padlock. We learned to dissociate ourselves, to flee our bodies like lost souls. I learned to stare at a fixed point on the barn ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster that branched out like veins on a withered leaf, to listen to the ticking of the cuckoo clock on the living room wall, a wooden bird that came out every hour with a mechanical cuckoo that now seems to me like the lament of a prisoner. to travel with my mind to any other place, while the hands of my grandfather or my uncles turned my body into a violated territory, a map redrawn by strangers. I imagined I was an astronaut on the International Space Station, floating weightlessly among cold and indifferent stars, or a pirate in the Caribbean Sea with waves lashing the hull and parrots squawking on imaginary shoulders. Sarah, I learned later in our adult confessions, took refuge in books. In her mind, she was Anne Shirley in Green Gables, with red braids and an indomitable spirit that no one could tame. Sarah and I never talked about it between ourselves during those years, not with words that would leave auditory traces in the farm's heavy air. There was no need to verbalize the horror. It was a tapestry woven with invisible threads that bound us in a forced complicity. An exchange of glances in the fogged-up mirror of the shared bathroom in the morning, when the steam from the hot water swirled like dancing ghost, and the Lifebuoy soap stung our teary eyes, said more than any speech. Did you survive the night? Are you with me on this? The way she cringed when Roy passed too close to her in the narrow hallway of the house, her body tensing like a spring about to snap, her shoulder brushing his with a feigned casualness that made her face pale beneath her freckles. The deathly silence that fell over us on the ride home on Sunday afternoon, sitting in the back seat of the Dodge with our backpacks at our feet like anchors, watching out the window as the fields blurred into a green smudge while my father hummed a Merle Haggard song, and the sun set in a blaze of oranges and reds that seemed to mock our inner darkness. It was our language, a dialect of terror perfected in whispers and gestures, a Morse code of survival where an arched eyebrow meant, "I'm scared," and a squeeze of the hand under the breakfast table equaled, "I won't leave you alone." Sunday nights back at our house in Eldridge were strange, a limbo between hell and the illusion of normality. Our parents seemed more relaxed, rejuvenated by their weekend of stolen freedom. My mother with her hair down and a floral dress she had saved for special occasions, humming Dolly Parton tunes as she folded laundry in the wicker basket. My father in a clean shirt and a fresh shave, laughing out loud at a joke in the local newspaper about the Royals baseball team. Dinner was a comforting ritual on the surface, the table set with mismatched china inherited from our maternal grandmother, the aroma of roast beef in the oven mingling with creamy mashed potatoes and green beans sautéed in butter, the clinking of cutlery against china like a domestic symphony. "Well, did you have fun?" our mother would ask, serving generous portions with a wooden spatula that had belonged to her own mother, her eyes searching our faces for the validation she needed to justify her absence. "Yes, Mom," we lied in unison, our voices flat as trampled wheat, our spoons scraping the bottom of our plates to hide the trembling in our hands. Sarah chewed slowly, her eyes fixed on the edge of the table where a splinter of wood stuck out like a thorn, and I drank milk until my throat hurt, counting the cracks in the kitchen ceiling so I wouldn't break down in sobs. She smiled, relieved, a gesture that wrinkled the corners of her green eyes and made her fake pearl earrings sparkle under the yellowish light of the hanging bulb. "I'm glad. Grandpa and your uncles love them very much, you know. It's good for them to spend time with the family. Blood is thick, as your father says." Those words, family, became blasphemy to us, a profane mantra that invoked demons rather than blessings. Family was the net that trapped us, sticky threads of loyalty and tradition that tangled around our throats. Family was the many-headed monster that smiled at us across the dining room table on Thanksgiving, with sage-stuffed turkeys and cranberry sauces that tasted like ash, while conversations revolved around bountiful harvests and gossip about distant cousins, ignoring the emptiness in our eyes. The abuse followed patterns, routines we came to know and fear with the precision of a watchmaker dismantling a lethal mechanism. Grandpa Harold was the one who gave the orders, the sinister patriarch who oversaw everything with the authority of a slave plantation overseer, his deep voice dictating the flow of the weekend like a hellish orchestra conductor. "Roy, take the boy to the shed to see the tools. Dennis, show the girl the chicken coop." Roy was the roughest, an enraged bull in his clumsiness, his groping a crude and painful invasion that left a phantom burning on the skin, his large hands crushing like hydraulic presses as he laughed with that guttural laugh that echoed off the barn beams, his breath reeking of beer and raw onions invading the space like a toxic cloud. Dennis was the most sibilant, a snake in the tall grass, the one who spoke in hoarse whispers that curled around the ear like poison ivy, the one who enjoyed psychological games with the cunning of a hunter who savors the chase more than the prey. His eyes, small and bright as beads, hypnotized us with promises of candy or ghost stories if we played nice, and his touches were precise, calculated to maximize humiliation without leaving a trace, a finger tracing invisible lines that burned like acid. The years passed like seasons on that unforgiving plain, sweltering summers where the heat made the air vibrate and sweat evaporate before it wet the skin, harsh winters with winds that howled like wolves at the door and snow that covered the fields in a white blanket of temporary oblivion. The farm, which had once seemed enormous to me, a castle of wood and metal where adventure lurked around every corner, became small and suffocating, the rooms closing in like mousetraps, the narrow hallways conspiring to corner us. Adolescence brought a new layer of horror, a veil lifted to reveal the rot in all its putrid glory, the full understanding of what was happening, not as a vague unease of childish instinct, but as the explicit knowledge of perversion, of depravity that took root in the family blood like toxic weeds. At 12, in the school library, with its metal shelves and the smell of musty books, I devoured encyclopedia articles on family secrets and abuse, words that stuck in my mind like nails in a cross. Anger began to ferment inside me, a dark yeast that swelled my chest and clouded my vision, a helpless rage because I knew that, physically and socially, I could not confront them. They were too big, too strong, men hardened by decades of sun and labor, with fists that could split wood like twigs. And they were the family, an impenetrable shield of tradition and silence that turned any accusation into treason. The breaking point came when I turned 14, in the summer of 1992, when the corn grew tall like soldiers in formation, and the buzzing of the cicadas was a constant chorus of warning. I had grown in height, but not in weight, a lanky teenager with incipient acne and a voice that cracked into embarrassing falsetto, obsessed with rock bands like Nirvana and Guns N' Roses that I listened to on a Sony Walkman with threadbare headphones. Sarah was 16, a young woman with emerging curves and long hair that she tied back in pigtails to hide her vulnerability, her brown eyes now shaded by a premature maturity that made her look a decade older. It was a Saturday night, the sun already sunk below the horizon, leaving a twilight sky dotted with early stars, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth after a brief rain and the smoke from a bonfire Roy had lit in the backyard with dry branches and old newspapers. We had eaten venison stew for dinner, tough stringy meat cooked in a cast iron pot bubbling on the wood stove, with carrots and onions crunching under the teeth, and the atmosphere in the house was thick, saturated with beer and unspoken tensions. Grandpa Harold had retired to his room with a bottle of whiskey and a transistor radio tuned to Cardinals baseball games, his eventual snoring rumbling like distant thunder. Roy snored on the couch, an overturned beer can dripping onto the floor, but Dennis was awake, his eyes shining with that feline hunger in the dim light of the room, illuminated only by a kerosene lamp that flickered like a dying candle. Dennis approached Sarah, who was sitting on the edge of the couch folding a threadbare blanket with mechanical movements, her shoulders hunched as if she were carrying the weight of the world. "Come with me to the barn, girl," he murmured, his voice a thread of torn silk, his hand outstretched, palms up, in a parody of innocent invitation. "There's a nest of kittens in the hay. You'll like them. They're soft as cotton." But his eyes betrayed the lie, fixed on her with an intensity that made the air cool 10 degrees. Sarah stood up, Not out of obedience, but out of the automatism of conditioned fear, her legs trembling beneath her light summer dress that fluttered like a flag of surrender. Something inside me broke then, a dam that had held back years of humiliation and terror, an audible snap in my mind, like a branch breaking underfoot. Perhaps it was seeing the utter panic in her eyes, those eyes that had always been my beacon in the storm, now dilated like black wells of despair. Perhaps it was the accumulation of years of stolen touches and venomous whispers that finally broke the camel's back. I stepped between them, my slender body blocking the way, like a reed against a flood, my hands clenched into fists that trembled at my sides. "Leave her alone," I said, and my voice sounded strangely hoarse, broken by puberty and adrenaline, a growl I didn't recognize as my own. Dennis laughed, a bubbling, malicious sound that came out of his throat like gas from a sewer. "What are you gonna do, punk? Call your mommy from here?" He took a step closer, his shadow lengthening on the wall like a lurking predator, the smell of stale cigarettes enveloping me like a shroud. I didn't think about it. The world narrowed to a tunnel of red fury, and I pushed with all my strength, that skinny teenage strength fueled by pure rage, my palms slamming into his solid chest with a dull thud. He stumbled backward, more surprised than hurt, his boots slipping on the muddy floor, the beer in his hand splashing white foam like sour milk. But the surprise lasted a second, the time it takes for lightning to fork. His face darkened, veins swelling in his neck like angry roots, and he threw an open-handed slap at me that whistled through the air before connecting with my cheek in a burst of white stars and burning pain. I fell to the floor, the impact against the hardboards sending a jolt through my spine, the metallic taste of blood on my tongue, where I had bitten the inside of my cheek. "Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong," he spat, his voice a venomous hiss as he leaned over me, his finger pointing like a loaded gun. "Or you'll regret it, kid. And so will she." He straightened up, adjusting his shirt with hands trembling with contained rage, and walked away toward the back door, the screen snapping behind him like a final lash. That night, curled up in our separate beds, but united by the fear that vibrated in the paper-thin walls, Sarah and I spoke for the first time. It was in whispers, through the wall that separated our rooms. A barrier of cracked plaster painted faded blue, with posters of horses on her side and space rockets on mine, now crumpled and dusty. The moon filtered through the half-open window, casting elongated shadows of willow branches that danced like skeletal fingers on the linoleum floor. "Peter." Her voice was a trembling thread, barely audible above the chorus of crickets outside and the wind whispering through the cracks. "Yes," I replied, my cheek still throbbing with the echo of the slap, the skin hot as red-hot iron. "I'm scared." The words seeped through the plaster like steam laden with a stifled sob. "Me too." My voice broke, a lump in my throat threatening to unleash a torrent. Why are they doing this? Why us? There was a pause, the silence filled with unasked questions, years of accumulated confusion. I didn't know how to respond at first, my mind a whirlwind of fragments, the encyclopedias in the library, the radio songs about strangers in white vans, the rumors at recess about bad things that adults whispered about. Because they're evil was all I could finally come up with. A simple and devastating truth that fell like a stone into a still pond. They're like the villains in movies, but worse because they're supposed to love us. "We have to tell Mom and Dad," she said, a fragile spark of hope in her voice, like a lit match in a cave. "They'll protect us. They're our parents." "They won't believe us," I said, with the bitter certainty of an adult trapped in a child's body, the weight of family loyalty crushing my chest. "Or if they do believe us, they'll be angry with us for ruining the family. Dad will say it's impossible, that Grandpa is his war hero, and Mom will cry and tell us we're exaggerating to get attention." The silence that followed was confirmation that she knew it too, a veil descending over any illusion of rescue, Family was a hollow clay idol to which everything had to be sacrificed, even the safety of its children, even the truth that burned like acid, an altar where secrets piled up like bloody offerings. That night, sleep came in broken fragments, interrupted by the creaking of the house settling and the hooting of an owl in the oak tree in the yard, an omen of eternal wakefulness. Shortly after that incident, I began to rebel in the only way I could, a seething teenager channeling the venom inward and outward in controlled explosions. I became troubled, a label my parents whispered in phone calls to distant aunts, a boy who refused to bathe when we returned from the farm on Sundays, the hot water from the shower faucet repelling me as if it were contaminated, the soap sliding off my skin like a traitor. I would lock myself in my room with the door blocked by a folding chair, spending hours staring at the ceiling with posters of Kurt Cobain now staring back at me with accusing eyes, listening to Nevermind cassettes on low volume so as not to alert my parents. I had inexplicable outbursts of anger. I would throw plates on the floor at dinner, the porcelain shattering like my nerves, or yell at my mother over silly things like how she cut my ham and cheese sandwich. At Eldridge Middle School, a yellow brick building with hallways that smelled of disinfectant and teenage sweat, my grades plummeted like autumn leaves. From A's in history to D's in algebra, where equations writhed on the blackboard like family lies. My teachers, middle-aged women with thick-rimmed glasses and men with loose ties, looked at me with furrowed brows and comments at parent-teacher conferences. Peter has potential, but he seems distracted, as if he's carrying an invisible weight. My parents were baffled, a whirlwind of worry and frustration that culminated in tense dinners where my father would pound the table with his fist and my mother would sob in the kitchen. They took me to a therapist in the neighboring town of Lawrence, a bald man named Dr. Ellis, with an office crammed with framed diplomas and a leather couch that creaked under my weight. In the first session, he sat me down in front of him and asked in a voice as soft as cotton, "Is something going on with you, Peter? Something at home or with your family that makes you feel this way?" I looked into his eyes, those gray, compassionate eyes that seemed like a beacon in the fog, and remained silent, forced loyalty and fear weaving an invisible muzzle around my tongue. How do you explain the inexplicable? How do you describe touches that leave no marks but burn the soul? I left with a prescription for vitamins and a pamphlet on teenage stress, and the cycle continued. Finally, salvation came in the most mundane, prosaic way, like a Greyhound bus ticket promising a new beginning: college. Sarah left first in the fall of 1994 for a community college in Topeka, 2 states away. Not as far as we dreamed, but far enough that the smell of pipe tobacco wouldn't reach her windows. She packed her life into 2 battered Samsonite suitcases, Emily Dickinson poetry books she had bought at a secondhand bookstore, a worn teddy bear that had survived childhood as a talisman, and photos of us as children on Halloween, dressed as cowboys with cardboard hats. The farewell at the Eldridge bus station was a lump in my throat, my mother crying silently into a crumpled tissue, my father clearing his throat and muttering, "Study hard, mija," and me hugging her tightly, whispering, "Run and don't look back." She looked at me with those brown eyes that now shone with fragile determination and said, "I'll follow you soon, Pete. We're going to be free." I followed her a year later, in 1995, choosing Kansas State University in Manhattan, as far away as I could afford on partial scholarships and federal loans that would bind me like chains for decades. A campus of limestone buildings and century-old oak trees where the air smelled of new books and burnt coffee in the cafeteria. I packed my rock records, a Yamaha acoustic guitar I had bought at a pawn shop for $20, and the diary where I scribbled fragments of rage. The farm, my grandfather, my uncles. They were left behind, like a bad dream from which we were finally awakening, fading in the rearview mirror of the bus rattling down Interstate 70, the horizon opening up like a promise of unpolluted horizons. But dreams sometimes haunt you like long shadows in an eternal sunset, clinging to the edges of consciousness with invisible claws. The first years away from home were a mixture of euphoric relief and internal chaos, a whirlwind of dorm parties smelling of stale pizza and cheap beer, literature classes where I devoured Stephen King novels that reflected my demons, and part-time jobs in a bookstore where the smell of old paper was a temporary balm. The freedom was overwhelming, a fresh wind sweeping away the cobwebs of the farm, but the nightmares continued. Vivid visions of the barn where the beams closed in like a cage, of Dennis's breath in my ear like a demonic whisper, waking me with muffled screams that frightened my roommates. Certain smells, pipe tobacco in a campus cafe, spilled whiskey at a fraternity party, triggered panic attacks that left me hyperventilating in the bathroom, my heart pounding like a faulty piston, the world spinning in spirals of nausea. Certain types of casual contact, a hug from an enthusiastic professor, the brush of a shoulder on the subway, made me recoil as if burned, my skin bristling in anticipation of invasion. My relationship with my parents became distant and tense, weekly phone calls lasting 10 minutes and ending in awkward silences. Our class's son. Fine, Dad. Polite lies that hid chasms. They didn't understand why their 2 children had fled so far away. Topeka for her, Manhattan for me. And we seemed so resentful, so curt during Christmas visits, where the plastic tree sparkled with flashing lights and the turkey tasted like cardboard. Grandpa Harold died 5 years ago, in the winter of 2020, of heart failure that struck him down on the porch of the farmhouse as he smoked his pipe under a leaden gray sky, snow falling in lazy flakes like ashes from a premature funeral. He was 88, his body finally surrendering to decades of whiskey and relentless work. I didn't go to the funeral, a somber service at Eldridge Lutheran Church with a varnished pine coffin, and eulogies about a devoted family man. Neither did Sarah, claiming a cold that was pure panic in disguise. My parents were hurt and confused, their world of facades crumbling. "He was your grandfather, Peter," my mother told me on the phone, her voice heavy with reproach and stifled tears, the click of her lighter in the background, like an accusing tick-tock. "Our flesh and blood. How could you not come?" "I know," was all I could say, my voice flat as the Kansas that had birthed us, the phone trembling in my sweaty hand. I couldn't tell her that what I felt was not grief for the loss, but a deep and bitter relief, a long exhalation after holding my breath for decades. That one of our jailers, the chief architect of our prison, had died alone on his wicker throne, and that instead of flowers on his grave, what he deserved was an epitaph of eternal silence. Roy and Dennis, I later learned from a distant cousin, attended in borrowed black suits that were too tight, their faces impassive as wax masks, drinking watered-down coffee in the parish hall and murmuring about the old man was tough as nails. It was Grandpa's death that finally gave Sarah and me the courage to talk, first to each other with brutal honesty that cut like a knife, in a Zoom call during the pandemic of 2020, where pixelated screens separated our faces, but not the invisible bond. We met virtually on a stormy night, thunder rumbling in Denver, like echoes of our childhood, and we spilled it all. The touches in the barn, the whispers in the kitchen, the dissociation that had saved us, but also stolen pieces of our souls. Tears flowed across screens, broken sobs interwoven like threads of a torn tapestry. Then, carefully, like someone diffusing a bomb with trembling scissors, we spoke to our parents. It was a devastating conversation, orchestrated in my Denver apartment with Sarah flying in from Topeka on a weekend in June 2021, where the Rocky Mountain sun shone indifferently on our drama. We invited them over for dinner, an attempt at normalcy with pesto pasta and cheap wine from the local wine shop, and around the scratched IKEA table, We told them everything, or at least an abbreviated version, without the more graphic details that still embarrass us like cautery marks, the specific touches that stick in our memory like thorns. Their reaction was not what we expected. A collective hug, tears of regret, and promises of justice, nor what we secretly feared. Explosive anger, furious denials that would throw us out of the house like lepers. It was something worse, an uncomfortable disbelief, a veil of confusion clouding their faces like morning fog on the farm creek. My father, Robert, turned ashen, his hands, now arthritic and trembling, clutching the edge of the table like a castaway clutching a piece of wood. "Are you sure?" he said, his voice a hoarse croak I didn't recognize, my grandfather's blue eyes staring at me from his face. I don't understand. My father, he was a man of God. He fought in Korea. He built that farm with his own hands. Roy and Dennis, they loved them. They spoiled them with sweets and games. Abuse? That's the stuff of outsiders, not family. It wasn't love, Dad, Sarah said, her voice not trembling for the first time in her life, her hand finding mine under the table in a squeeze that hurt because it was so real. It was abuse, invasions, secrets, threats. He stole our childhood, and you and Mom sent us there every weekend like lambs to the slaughter. Her words fell like hail, hard and cold, and I saw the impact on my mother's face as she put her hand to her chest as if she had been shot. My mother cried then, a silent torrent that wet her cotton blouse with daisy print, the tears tracing furrows in her cracked makeup. But they were tears of confusion and pain for the family she thought she had, a house of cards collapsing in slow motion. It was so long ago. 30 years, my God, she sobbed, dabbing her eyes with a paper napkin that crumbled like her composure. Why didn't they say anything? Why didn't they scream, didn't run? There's no evidence. Bruises, witnesses, nothing. These are very serious accusations, Peter. Sarah, what if it's a misunderstanding, memories distorted by time? Grandpa's dead. He can't defend himself. Roy and Dennis, their family, they live in nearby towns with their normal lives. What would we do? Call the police now. It would be a scandal. It would destroy us all. There it was, naked and raw as an exposed nerve, the core of the problem, family loyalty like a virus infecting generations. Without physical evidence, no grainy photos, no contemporary diaries, no confessions recorded on cassette tape. It was our word against the idealized memory of men who, to the outside world, were rough but harmless farmers. Harold, the stoic veteran who donated corn to the church food pantry. Roy, the joker who helped neighbors with broken fences. Dennis, the loner who collected old coins and attended state fairs with a homemade honey stand. My uncles continue to live their lives in nearby towns, Roy and Selena, with a Social Security pension and a sheepdog that barks at passers-by. Dennis in Hutchinson, alone in a mobile home overlooking abandoned railroad tracks. We haven't seen them in years, not since a forced family reunion in 2015 where their smiles chilled our blood. We have no intention of doing so, nor of confronting them in a coffee shop with a hidden tape recorder or public defenders. Justice, in this case, is a luxury that time has robbed us of, leaving only the bitter balm of spoken truth. A few months ago, in March 2025, Sarah called me from her apartment in Topeka, where she now works as a librarian in an elementary school, surrounded by children who remind her of what she lost, but also what she can protect. The line crackled slightly with the distance, but her voice was steady, an anchor in the storm. "Peter, I'm writing my part," she told me, the sound of pages turning in the background like autumn leaves. "I'm putting it all on paper. The details, the smells, the sleepless nights. Not to report them to a judge. There's no case without evidence, but to free myself, so that our truth is not lost in oblivion. What about you? When are you going to let go of your burden?" That call was what made up my mind, a flash of courage that illuminated the shadows of my own hesitation. If she had the courage to face her demons so bravely, to sit at a computer in a room lit by a desk lamp, typing words that bled from her fingertips, then so could I. This story is my part, my contribution to the tapestry of healing we weave from a distance, my act of exorcism, driving the ghosts from the farm with digital ink instead of holy water. I have spent weeks on this, pausing to walk the streets of Denver, where the wind from the prairies brings me echoes of Kansas, crying in the shower until the water turns cold, calling Sarah to compare notes, and laugh bitterly at ironies, like the name of the farm, Haven Farm. What a cruel joke. I hope with all my being, that battered but resilient being that has survived divorces, lost jobs, and sleepless nights, that my uncle's daughters and granddaughters, if they have any, rumors of a niece of Roy's on Facebook, a blurry photo of a 10-year-old girl with an innocent smile, will be safe from the seed of perversion that lived in Grandpa Harold, that toxic root that branched out into Roy and Dennis like black veins on a diseased leaf. I hope they never have to learn the silent language of terror that my sister and I were forced to master, the wordless pleading looks, the bodies that shrink in anticipation, the secrets that weigh heavier than the entire world. I hope their childhoods are that nostalgic country of golden light, without buried mines or screen doors that slam shut like traps. I hope you never know the horror that lurks behind a screen door that slams shut on a farm in the middle of nowhere, where the monsters had no fangs or claws, but familiar smiles and hands that should have protected, not destroyed, voices that should have sung lullabies, not whispered threats, hugs that should have been refuges, not prisons. After almost 25 years, with my grandfather deceased and his ashes scattered in the stream that once seemed to us a river of freedom, and my uncles in other towns living echoes of their empty lives, I decided to tell the story. My sister also told her part, her testimony a mirror of mine that multiplies the pain, but also the catharsis. As for my parents, many do not believe us, or choose not to believe, clinging to the facade like shipwrecked people to a leaky boat. But since there is no irrefutable evidence, I cannot make a formal complaint. There is no case that a prosecutor would touch with a 10-foot pole. The system with its forms and cold hearings demands bruises and witnesses, not memories that burn like eternal fire, but in the broken silence of this narrative, in the words that now float in the digital ether, I find poetic justice. This is my testimony, recorded in pixels and invisible ink. This is my truth, torn from the clutches of the farm and claimed as my own. And finally, after so long, after nights of cold sweat and days of contained rage, it belongs only to me, a beacon on the plain that lights the way so that others do not get lost in the darkness. There are stories that are passed down, like photo albums with sticky pages and yellowed edges, or old furniture that creaks in the quiet nights, covered in invisible scratches that tell the stories of other people's lives. They are not your own memories. They are not woven with the threads of your own dreams or nightmares, but their weight ends up being as real as any memory you have experienced firsthand. The sting of a childhood burn, the echo of shared laughter in a snowy park. They carry the rough texture of the voice of the person telling them, hoarse from the smoke of forgotten cigarettes or trembling from the effort of unearthing what has been buried, and the metallic taste of a half-digested secret, like a bitter pill that slowly dissolves in the stomach, leaving an aftertaste that does not go away even with the passing of the years. This is not my memory. I did not experience it in the suffocating heat of a dilapidated trailer or in the calculated cold of a provincial courtroom, but it is the longest shadow of my life, a specter that looms over every decision I make, every door I double lock. My mother told me this story one afternoon of incessant rain when I was 16, and for the umpteenth time, I asked her why I didn't have a grandmother like the rest of my friends. Those kids from suburban homes with immaculate gardens and grandmothers who baked chocolate chip cookies on Sundays. Plump women in flowery aprons who told stories of the Great Depression with a nostalgic smile. It wasn't a story that came out of nowhere, like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. It was a silent presence that inhabited our house in a nondescript suburb of Ohio, like an invisible tenant who pays rent with whispers and elusive glances. It manifested itself in the way my mother would startle at sudden slams, the wind creeping through a poorly closed window, or the neighbor unloading cardboard boxes in his garage, her body tensing like a spring about to jump, her eyes dilating in a primal panic that lasted only a second but left an echo in the air. It seeped into the way she checked the door locks twice, 3 times at night, her slender fingers turning the key with obsessive precision, the metallic click echoing in the stillness like a final verdict. And it revealed itself in the instant panic that crossed her face if I carelessly approached a kitchen knife, the silver blade glinting under the fluorescent light of the kitchen, the wooden handle worn from years of use. Her hand flying out to push me away with a "Careful, Tyler," that came out as a gasp, her eyes glazed over with a terror that was not of the moment, but of a past that overlapped like a superimposed film. That day, the rain pounded against the windows of our house with a rhythmic insistence, like impatient fingers drumming on a coffin, enveloping us in a gray isolation that must have finally seemed safe to speak. A veil of water blurring the outside world, erasing the paved streets with their identical white-siding houses and cars parked in immaculate driveways. It was an autumn Friday, the kind of afternoon when the sky hangs low like a shroud, and the wind from Lake Erie carried a smell of ozone and rotting leaves that seeped through the cracks in the poorly sealed windows. I'd come home from school soaked, my canvas backpack dripping on the floor of the hallway, leaving puddles that my mother would later wipe up with an old rag without complaining. The house was a modest refuge, one of those 1970s constructions with sloping ceilings and an open kitchen that smelled of freshly brewed Maxwell House coffee and the vanilla candles she lit to ward off the damp. I took off my muddy Converse sneakers in the entryway, the linoleum cold under my socks, and headed to the living room where my mother was sitting on the faded green velvet sofa, a hand-knitted blanket over her knees, leafing through a gardening magazine she wasn't really reading, her eyes jumping from paragraph to paragraph without absorbing anything, a nervous habit I had noticed since I was a child. "Why don't you ever talk about Grandma?" I blurted out again, sitting down in the wingback chair across from her, the springs creaking under my teenage weight. I was 16, an age of pointed questions and half-hearted rebellion, my brown hair tousled from the rain, and wearing a Nirvana t-shirt that smelled of campfire smoke from a school party the night before. It wasn't the first time I'd asked. I'd done it on birthdays, at lonely Thanksgiving dinners, on afternoons like this, when the silence in the house seemed too heavy. But this time, something in her face, the premature wrinkles around her eyes, the furrow between her eyebrows that deepened with every raindrop, made me insist. My friends have grandmothers who send them packages of cookies or tell them stories about when they were kids. Is mine dead? Or what? Why is it a secret? She set the magazine down on the coffee table, a varnished pine piece of furniture marked by forgotten glasses, and looked toward the window where the rain traced irregular rivers on the fogged glass. The living room was a cozy but worn space, walls painted a soft beige that my mother had chosen to calm her nerves, shelves full of paperback books with cracked spines, Barbara Cartland romances she devoured on sleepless nights, gardening manuals that promised perfect rose bushes but ended up covered in dust, and a wall clock with its hypnotic ticking that marked the seconds like a reminder of lost time. The air smelled of the chicken soup she had cooked for lunch, a comforting steam that now mingled with the metallic smell of the storm. She sighed, a long, shaky sound that seemed to drag on for decades, and settled into the sofa, hugging a flowery cushion as if it were a shield against the words that were about to come out. "Tyler," she began, her voice a hoarse whisper that competed with the patter of water on the roof, the syllables broken by the weight of the unsaid. There are things I've kept inside me for so long, like a knot that tightens more every year. Things that have made me who I am, that have made me protect you the way I do. And it's not fair to you anymore. You can't keep growing up with this void, wondering why your mother jumps at shadows, or why I check the doors as if the devil were outside. You need to understand where we come from, why we are the way we are, me with my unexplained fears, you with that curiosity that eats away at you. I stood still, my heart beating with a dull thud in my ears, feeling the world sharpen around us, the ticking of the clock becoming clearer, the patter of rain a rhythmic backdrop to the impending confession. It was as if the room had shrunk, the walls closing in on an intimate circle where only the two of us existed, mother and son about to cross a threshold from which there would be no turning back. A portal to a past that would explain the cracks in her armor, but also threatened to stain my own adolescent innocence. She took a sip from her cup of tea, the steam rising in lazy spirals, smelling of chamomile and lemon, and her eyes, faded blue from years of held-back tears, lost themselves in an undefined point on the floor, where the oriental rug displayed floral patterns that now looked like broken veins. Your grandmother, my mother, was not a bad woman, she said, and it was the most terrifying sentence in the whole story, because what followed was a description of such everyday, tangible evil, woven into routines of washing dishes and cold dinners, arguments over unpaid bills, and sleepless nights, that it took away all the comfort of that possible original goodness, turning it into a cruel mirage. She was weak, and she was lost, like a ship adrift in a storm she didn't see coming. Her name was Eleanor May Thompson, before she married your grandfather Frank. She grew up in a family of miners in the hills of West Virginia, where black coal stained the air and everyone's lungs, and women learned early on that love was a luxury paid for with calloused hands and broken promises. She was beautiful in her youth, with wavy brown hair that fell to her waist and green eyes that sparkled like emeralds in the Appalachian sun. She worked in a canning factory, packing green beans into jars that smelled of eternal vinegar, dreaming of a better life than her mother's, who had died young of silicosis, coughing up strands of black dust until the end. She paused, her fingers fiddling with the edge of the cushion, her short, unpainted nails scratching the fabric as if searching for anchors in the present. I didn't move, my body rigid in the armchair, my hands clenched on the thighs of my worn jeans, my heart a dull drum competing with the rain. Outside, thunder rolled in the distance, a low growl that seemed to underscore her words, and the wind whipped the branches of the oak tree in the garden, casting dancing shadows on the lace curtains. Eleanor and Frank, your grandfather, met at a Methodist church dance in Logan, a dusty town where the gravel streets turned into rivers of mud with the first drizzle. Frank was a miner, tall and thin as a telephone pole with big hands that could split wood with a single blow, but also knew how to weave wicker baskets for me when I was a child. He had jet black hair and a laugh that rumbled like distant thunder, one of those laughs that makes the world seem a little less heavy. They were married in a simple ceremony, with a tres leches cake baked by Frank's sister and a borrowed wedding dress that smelled of mothballs. They moved to a trailer park on the outskirts of Williamson, a maze of rusted silver trailers lined up like tombs in a forgotten cemetery, surrounded by hills covered with black oaks and streams polluted by mine runoff. Life had never been easy there, the electric bills piling up like snow in winter, the 12-hour shifts in the underground galleries where the air was thick as soup and smelled of sulfur and fear. But according to what your grandfather told me in his last good days, everything fell apart when Eleanor began to frequent a circle of people who introduced a new and terrible companion into her life, methamphetamine. My mother leaned forward, the cushion falling to the floor with a soft thud, and her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, as if the walls of our Ohio home could still filter the secret back to West Virginia. It didn't happen overnight, Tyler. Drugs don't take you by surprise like a thief in the dark. They seduce you, enveloping you in promises of euphoria and clarity in a world that suffocates you in gray. It started with pain pills. Eleanor suffered from chronic migraines, the kind that split your skull like an axe, inherited from her mother and aggravated by the dust in the factory. A neighbor, a guy named Buddy with crooked teeth and a rusty Ford pickup truck, offered her something better one afternoon after a double shift. "It makes you forget everything, Ellie," he said, handing her a small glass bag that glistened like dirty snow in the evening light. She tried it just once to relax, and for a few hours she was the Eleanor she used to be, laughing with Frank in the trailer kitchen, dancing a ranchera on the scratched linoleum while dinner cooled on the propane stove. But the drug didn't create her out of thin air. It only brought to light and amplified to monstrous proportions the demons she already carried inside, the frustration of a life she hadn't chosen, the resentment of dreams crushed under the weight of early motherhood, the dull rage against a husband who worked too hard and loved too little to notice how she was breaking inside. She held out her hands, palms up, as if offering invisible evidence, the blue veins prominent beneath her pale skin, marked by years of working in supermarkets and laundromats to keep us afloat after we fled. The loving, though strong-willed woman I remembered from my early childhood, the one who combed my braids with a shell comb and sang Shenandoah softly to me as she rocked me in the rocking chair on the porch, vanished like smoke in the wind of the hills. She was replaced by a strange, paranoid woman with a mood as volatile as mercury sliding down broken thermometers and a seemingly bottomless rage. A black pit that sucked the light out of everything it touched. The nights became a minefield. Eleanor accusing Frank of hiding lovers in the mines, searching his pockets with nails bitten to the quick, screaming that the neighbors, those poor devils in identical trailers with barefoot children playing in mud puddles, were government spies sent to steal her medicine. I, 10 years old at the time, learned to become invisible, to slip into the narrow corners of the trailer, behind the threadbare shower curtain that smelled of mold and chlorine, or under the wobbly Formica kitchen table, so as not to arouse my mother's fury. I tiptoed across the cracked linoleum floor, holding my breath as I passed the bedroom, where she locked herself in with her invisible friends, whispering conspiracies to the wall while the crystal crackled in a makeshift glass tube. The thunder rolled closer now, a roar that rattled the windows, and my mother shivered, crossing her arms over her chest as if the cold of West Virginia had crossed the states to reach her. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat hardening, imagining for the first time not as a distant abstraction, but as a child in that claustrophobic trailer. The thin walls transmitting every sob, the smell of rancid fried food and Salem cigarette smoke mingling with the chemical stench of drugs, the constant fear of a door slamming that would herald the storm. "And then I arrived," she continued, her voice breaking on the word "I," as if pronouncing her arrival into the world still hurt like a renewed birth. An unplanned pregnancy, a slip-up on a Saturday night when Frank and Eleanor tried to recapture some of the lost spark, cheap wine from a Gallo bottle, and a radio tuned to a country station playing Dolly Parton ballads. She was 17 when I was born, Tyler, a baby who cried at night with an insatiable hunger, one more stress factor in a house that was already creaking at the seams like an old boat on rough seas. The trailer was a tiny space, a kitchen dining room with a folding table that was used for everything, chopping onions, changing diapers, arguing over bills, a living room with a sagging sofa that smelled of spilled beer and crushed dreams, and 2 tiny bedrooms separated by a plastic bead curtain that jingled like fake laughter. Frank, your grandfather, as he told me in letters I reread on sleepless nights, adored me from the very beginning. I was, to him, a ray of light in the midst of the storm that his life had become a little bundle wrapped in a pink blanket that smelled of Johnson's baby powder, with blue eyes that looked at him as if he were the center of the universe. He rocked me in his calloused arms after his shifts in the mine, singing "You Are My Sunshine" in a deep, off-key voice that brought tears to my chubby cheeks. For Eleanor, I suppose. I was another chain tying her to the life she hated. Another mouth to feed with canned formula and cloth diapers she washed by hand in a rusty sink. Another reason for her daughter, me, with my 17 years of hormonal confusion and dreams of escaping to the city, to pay less attention to her, diverting what little affection remained to this new, crying intruder. She paused for a long time, the silence broken only by the rain now lashing against the windows like nails on a chalkboard, and I felt a chill run up my spine, imagining my mother, not the 43-year-old woman sitting across from me with her short, practical brown hair, but a 17-year-old girl with the still curvy body of adolescence and eyes full of premature motherly love, rocking me in that chaos, my crying mingling with Eleanor's screams like a hellish chorus. The tension built like storm clouds on those hills, she continued, her voice gaining strength with the memory, as if recounting it freed her a little from the weight. Eleanor spent entire days in bed, the sagging mattress groaning under her weight, smoking cigarette after cigarette until the air in the trailer was thick with smoke that stung her eyes and clung to her skin like a second layer. Frank worked double shifts in the mine, descending in creaking cages to galleries where coal was extracted with picks and dynamite, returning home covered in black dust that seeped into every wrinkle on his face, smelling of sweat and damp earth. He tried to help her, Tyler. He really did. He took her to Narcotics Anonymous meetings in the basement of the church, a damp room with folding metal chairs and cups of watered-down coffee that tasted like cardboard, where strangers shared stories of false bottoms and broken promises. He hid his weekly paycheck in Folger's coffee cans buried in the backyard, a patch of clay soil dotted with weeds and half-buried beer bottles. But Eleanor sniffed it out like a bloodhound, rummaging around at night with a flashlight that cast shadows as long as accusing fingers. "Where is it, Frank? Are you saving it for your whore at the mine?" she would scream, her fingernails scratching the earth until they bled, her bloodshot eyes glowing with a fury that was not human. He would hug her then, his strong arms wrapping around her like a shield, whispering, "I love you, Ellie, we'll get through this." But she would writhe like an eel, spitting out insults that cut deeper than any knife. I leaned forward, the armchair creaking in protest, my mind a whirlwind of vivid images. The trailer under the Appalachian moon, its aluminum roof dented by past hailstorms, the wind whistling through the cracks like souls in torment. Eleanor, a 38-year-old woman who should have been the pillar of the family, now a gaunt specter with ashen skin and stained teeth, her trembling hands reaching for the glass bag like a castaway for a rotten lifeline. "And what were you doing?" I asked, my voice a barely audible thread, the fear of the answer pounding in my chest like a second heart. She smiled sadly, a curve of her lips that didn't reach her eyes, and picked up the cushion from the floor, pressing it against her abdomen as if it still protected the baby I had been. "I was surviving, Tyler. I learned to be a ghost in my own home. I would escape to the creek behind the park, a murky stream that wound its way between weeping willows and rusted beer cans, sitting on the smooth rocks, throwing pebbles into the water, counting the ripples that spread out like secrets dissipating. Or I would lock myself in the tiny bathroom with its fogged mirror and scratched porcelain tub, running cold water to drown out the screams from the kitchen. I was 17, pregnant with you, with nausea that doubled me over and a fear that gnawed at me inside. What kind of mother would I be, raised by this? Would I pass on the poison without meaning to? Frank was my anchor, the only one who made me laugh with silly jokes about miners finding diamonds instead of coal, or who brought me mint candies from the village store wrapped in crisp paper that crackled between my teeth. But even he was breaking down, his shoulders slumping under the weight, his eyes, those blue eyes he gave you, losing their sparkle, becoming dull like fogged glass. The rain eased for a moment, a respite in the storm that allowed a ray of gray sunlight to slip through the window, illuminating the specks of dust dancing in the air like restless spirits. My mother then got up, walking toward the kitchen with measured steps, the wooden floor creaking under her worn slippers, and returned with 2 cups of steaming tea, mine with 2 spoonfuls of sugar, just as I had liked it since I was a child. She handed it to me, her fingers brushing mine in a touch that now carried layers of meaning, and sat down again, crossing her legs with the grace of someone who has learned to compose herself after falling. "The night of horror," she said, and the phrase fell like a curtain, separating the prelude from the final act. My mother described it to me with a clarity that only trauma can imprint, as if every detail had been etched into her brain with acid. It was a hot, humid Friday night in July, the kind of night when the air sticks to your skin like a second layer of sweat, and the crickets in the hills sing a deafening chorus that drowns out your thoughts. Frank had collected his week's pay, a crumpled envelope with bills damp from the sweat of the mine, $200 that smelled of earth and hard work. And for the first time in months, he had managed to hide it before Eleanor could find it to buy her fix at the seedy motel at the end of Route 119, where Buddy and his cronies sold crystal like candy at a fair. He had buried it under a loose board in the porch floor, wrapped in a plastic bag that rustled like dry leaves, and she had come home with a tired smile, planning to take me and you 3 months old, a chubby bundle wrapped in a cotton blanket that smelled of milk and innocence, on a picnic to the creek on Sunday, with ham and cheese sandwiches and homemade lemonade in a glass jug. But Eleanor smelled it, as she always did. She staggered through the trailer door, her hair matted with sweat and road dust, dressed in a flowered nightgown that hung like a shroud, her eyes sunken into purple circles that made her look like a rabid raccoon. "Where's the money, Frank?" she asked. Not as a wife, but as a relentless creditor, her voice a hiss that cut through the thick air. He shook his head, sitting down at the kitchen table with a PBR beer in his hand, the can sweating cold drops onto the formica. "There's no money, Ellie. It went on light and food." But she didn't believe him. She never did these days. The argument began as a low rumble, a distant thunder in the hills, with recriminations gathering like clouds. "You work to hide it from me, don't you? To starve me." I tried to calm things down, standing in the kitchen with my arms full of you, rocking you gently as your little hands closed into tiny fists around my finger. You're crying a soft whimper that rose with the tension in the air. My mother closed her eyes, reliving the scene like a play in her mind, and I could almost smell it. The stale aroma of beer, the sour sweat of tired bodies, the faint chemical stench that emanated from Eleanor like a rotten perfume. "It was like watching 2 strangers," she murmured, opening her eyes, now glistening with unshed tears. 2 twisted versions of the parents I had known. Mom. She was possessed, Tyler. She wasn't herself, not the woman who had taught me to tie my shoes with a double knot, or who bought me strawberry ice cream from the corner stand on summer Saturdays. Her eyes didn't focus properly, dilated like black wells, and she had that crooked, wet smile that spread across her face like melted wax. She yelled at Dad, calling him mean, saying he wanted to see her suffer, while he rolled around with "that slut from the mine." He tried to reason with her, his voice deep and patient as always. "Ellie, please, think of the children. Think of Laura. Think of the baby." But she wouldn't listen. The drugs amplified everything, turning doubts into delusional certainties. The argument then escalated, like a river overflowing in the hills after a storm, with screams echoing off the thin walls, carrying to the neighboring trailers, where lights came on in fogged-up windows. But no one intervened because in that park, families knew that getting involved in other people's business was inviting trouble. It moved on to shoving, hands waving in the heavy air like bat wings. Eleanor threw a mismatched porcelain plate, one of the few remaining from a wedding set, with a chipped edge from a previous incident, which crashed into the living room wall, just above the folding crib where I had just laid you down after changing your diaper, the impact sending fragments of dirty snow-white porcelain to the floor, one grazing your rosy cheek in a tiny scratch that bled a pearly drop. That sound, the sound of porcelain shattering in a dry, definitive crack, was the final trigger for Frank. Something broke inside him, a dam of patience forged over years of mines and faltering marriages. Perhaps it was visceral fear for his daughter and grandson. You, a helpless baby with eyes that looked at the world with pure curiosity. Perhaps it was the visceral realization that there was no turning back, that love was not enough against the abyss that was opening up in his home. "Enough, Eleanor," he shouted, his voice a thunderclap that filled the trailer like the roar of a mine collapse, planting himself between her and us with his arms outstretched like human barriers, his silhouette silhouetted against the yellowish light of the hanging light bulb. "Get out of here. Get out of this house, out of our lives. You're destroying everything you touch, woman. Look at yourself. Look at us. This is no life. It's a hell you've dug for yourself." Eleanor looked at him with a hatred as pure, as crystalline as the poison running through her veins, that my mother said she felt the air thicken as before an electrical storm, charged with ozone and menace. Her lips curled into a rictus, her teeth clenched in an animalistic growl, and she spat out the words like projectiles. "No, I'm not leaving my house, Frank. You're not going to boss me around, you useless piece of shit. This is my blood, my sweat. You think you can throw me out like a stray dog? You'll regret it. I swear you'll regret it." That's when she ran, or rather threw herself, toward the kitchen, her bare feet slap against the linoleum, a blur of flowered nightgown and tousled hair. My mother could only crouch behind the sagging sofa, covering me with her young, trembling body, her heart beating against my back like a war drum, listening to the sinister metallic sound of a drawer being slammed open. The bottom drawer of the kitchen, crammed with rusty utensils, bent spoons, forks with missing prongs, and the set of kitchen knives Frank had bought at a state fair years ago, polished wooden handles now gleaming with deadly promise. I knew what was in that drawer, Tyler. I had seen him use it to chop onions for Sunday chili, the blade cutting with surgical precision. But in Eleanor's hands, it was a weapon, an extension of her unleashed rage. "Eleanor, no!" Frank roared, and lunged at her with the desperation of a cornered father, his work boots echoing in the narrow hallway of the trailer, a corridor barely 6 feet wide flanked by walls of faux wood paneling that was cracking with age. What happened next was quick, a whirlwind of screams and struggles that my mother pieced together in fragments, like a puzzle assembled from recurring nightmares. Bodies crashing against the wall with a dull thud that shook the entire structure, the smell of sweat and fear intensifying in the confined space, hands grabbing wrists, nails digging into flesh until red grooves appeared. Eleanor's animalistic growl, a guttural sound that was not human, and Frank's hoarse voice pleading, "For God's sake, Ellie, think of the children." And then, the sound, a short wet sound that should not exist anywhere in the world, the sliding of steel into muscle, a soft pop followed by a hot spray that splattered the linoleum like red rain, a muffled growl from Frank, bubbling as if his throat were filling with liquid, and then a silence far worse than all the previous screams, a void that sucked the air out of the trailer, leaving only the distant ticking of a wall clock and the muffled cry of a baby. Eleanor stood still in the middle of the hallway, panting like an animal after the hunt, the knife still in her trembling hand, the blade dripping a scarlet thread that curled on the floor like a dead snake. Frank staggered away from her, his back hitting the wall with a thud, his eyes wide in an expression of deep surprise, not of pain, but of utter disbelief, as if the whole world had been turned upside down in an instant. He was clutching his neck, thick fingers pressing against the wound, but between them, the wooden handle of the carving knife protruded, grotesquely firm, embedded in the flesh like a flag of surrender. A thick scarlet thread escaped, running down his faded denim shirt, soaking the fabric in a dark bloom that spread like ink in water, dripping onto the floor in irregular puddles that reflected the flickering light of the light bulb. "Daddy." My mother moaned from her hiding place behind the sofa, her voice a broken thread, her body paralyzed by shock. "You, me," thrashing in her arms with an instinctive cry that seemed to echo universal pain. He looked at us, his face pale beneath the grime of the mine, his blue eyes clouded, but still fierce, with an urgency that transcended imminent death. There was no fear there, not the animal terror that Eleanor exuded, only a terrible, anguished paternal determination. With superhuman effort, the muscles in his neck straining around the wound, he managed to articulate a word, a hoarse, bubbling whisper that gurgled out with blood. "Run." It was a command, a prayer, a final testament that cut through the air like a knife of its own. Then his legs buckled with inexorable slowness, his knees hitting the linoleum with a dull crack, and he collapsed to the floor like a felled oak, his body convulsing once, twice, before becoming still in a slowly expanding pool, the metallic smell of blood mingling with the chemical stench of drugs and the sweat of struggle. Eleanor dropped the knife then, the weapon falling to the floor with a metallic click that echoed like a final full stop, the blade splattering red drops in a fleeting arc. She looked at her red-stained hands, open palms, sticky fingers now, trembling not with rage, but with the incipient hangover. Then at her husband's body, lying at her feet like a failed sacrifice. And finally, her gaze settled on us, crossing the room with glacial slowness. And there was no remorse there, not the horror that should have fractured his soul, only the cold, empty hangover of the drug, a void that sucked empathy like a black hole, and an anger that now, without Frank's presence to contain it, was redirected toward his daughter and granddaughter with the precision of a predator switching prey. "This is your fault," she said to my mother, her voice a raspy thread that scraped the silence like sandpaper on wood, taking one step, then two, her bare feet leaving wet, red footprints on the linoleum. "It's all your fault, Laura. You caused this, with your swollen belly and your crying baby. You stole his attention, his love. If you hadn't come, he'd still be here, with me." He advanced toward us, not running with the fury of a raging bull, but walking with the deliberate slowness of a predator who knows his prey has no escape, his nightgown fluttering around his skinny legs, his eyes fixed on my mother with an intensity that made the air thicken. My mother, shaken to her core, her father's body bleeding a few feet away. A pool of blood now lapping at the edges of the sofa, the smell of copper and death invading her nostrils. Her mother turned into a murderer, approaching like the Grim Reaper, acted on pure maternal instinct. A primitive fire ignited in her womb where I had grown. She pressed me against her chest, my head under her chin, my cries muffled against her cotton blouse stained with breast milk, and she rose from the sofa with a strength she didn't know she had, her legs trembling but driven by pure adrenaline. She shoved Eleanor with her shoulder, a clumsy but effective blow that knocked her off balance, sending her staggering against the Formica coffee table, which toppled over with a crash of broken plates and glasses, the glass scattering like bloody confetti. She didn't wait to see more. She didn't look at her father's body, didn't search for the phone on the kitchen wall with its cord coiled like a sleeping snake. She shot out the door of the trailer, the latch clicking shut, saving her life, into the damp, dark night that enveloped the park like a black blanket. She ran barefoot along the hard-packed dirt road, the pebbles cutting the soles of her feet into scratches that bled without her noticing, with me crying in her arms like a beacon of despair, the warm, sticky air whipping her face, laden with the buzzing of mosquitoes and the croaking of frogs in the puddles. She didn't know where to go. The park was a maze of identical trailers, dim lights flickering in windows like curious but silent eyes. She only knew she had to put as much distance as possible between us and the monster that had been her mother, that woman who now wandered inside the shattered home, stained with the blood of the man she had loved and betrayed. She ran to the trailer of old Mr. Harlan, a 70-year-old widower, with a porch full of rusty garden chairs and a mongrel dog that barked at the shadows, pounding on the aluminum door with her knuckles until they bled. The pain a distant echo of the horror she was leaving behind. "Help! Please, Mr. Harlan," she cried, her voice hoarse with crying and panic, you squirming in her arms like an anchor weight keeping her grounded. He opened the door, his eyes half closed with sleep, wearing a threadbare flannel robe and mismatched slippers, the smell of tomato soup and Prince Albert tobacco wafting out from inside like a domestic balm. "Laura, girl, what the hell?" he muttered. But when he saw her face, pale as the moon, streaked with tears and sweat, and the crying baby, he took her by the arm and ushered her in, calling his eldest daughter on the phone while he poured her a glass of tap water that tasted like iron. "We were able to escape, thanks to your grandfather," my mother said, wiping away a tear that had finally dared to fall during the whole story, rolling down her cheek like a salty pearl and landing on the rim of the teacup, where it dissolved into the amber liquid. His last act on earth was to give us that chance. That word, run, saved our lives, Tyler. It was his testament. His love made sound, cutting through the chaos like a beacon in the fog. Without that, without his sacrifice, we wouldn't be here, in this house in Ohio with rain on the windows and hot tea in our hands. The police arrived shortly after, sirens wailing in the night like wounded wolves, blue and red lights flashing in the park and waking up the neighbors who came out in crumpled pajamas, murmuring prayers and gossip that would spread for years. They found my grandfather Frank already dead, the pool of blood cooling in the hallway, the knife a meter away from his outstretched hand as if in a final gesture of forgiveness, and Eleanor sitting on the living room sofa, staring at the static television, an RCA set with twisted rabbit ears, projecting gray snow onto her impassive face, covered in his blood which was drying in dark stains like maps of a lost continent, in a catatonic state that made her look like a broken doll. She offered no resistance when they handcuffed her, her glassy eyes focusing on invisible points, murmuring fragments of conversations with ghosts. "It's your fault. The money. The children." The trial was quick. A bureaucratic whirlwind in the Mingo County Courthouse, a red brick building with hardwood, benches that smelled of wax and accumulated despair. There was no doubt about what had happened. The blood on the walls told its own story, the knife with fingerprints as clear as confessions. But the defense tried to argue temporary insanity induced by drugs, bringing in rehab witnesses who spoke of psychotic episodes and addiction as a disease. A gray-bearded psychiatrist who drew diagrams on a whiteboard about how methamphetamine rewired the brain like faulty wiring. But the image of a mother who had murdered her husband, the man who had built their home with his own hands and tried to kill her daughter and her infant grandson, was too powerful for the jury. A group of retired miners and housewives with faces weathered by hard lives who deliberated for less than 2 hours under the hum of a ceiling fan that did nothing to cool the room. My grandmother was convicted of second-degree murder and attempted murder, sentenced to life without parole at the Lichen State Women's Prison, a gray concrete complex on the outskirts of West Columbia, where high walls and watchtowers cast long shadows over gravel courtyards, where inmates walked in circles like ghosts in purgatory. "Your grandmother is now deceased," my mother concluded, her voice now flat, worn out from the effort of confession, like an engine that has roared too long and needs to cool down. "She died 10 years ago of lung cancer, eating away at her lungs from the inside like coal ate away at her generation. She spent most of her life in prison, counting days in a 6x8 cell with a metal bunk bed and a toilet that dripped endlessly. I never wanted to see her there, Tyler. I never wanted you to see her. Her eyes, those green eyes that I now know you inherited, looking at you through a glass partition in a cold visiting room, asking for forgiveness with chapped lips. What would be the point? Forgiveness doesn't wash the blood from the floor or the echo of a knife in a drawer. I was silent for a long time, processing the tsunami of horror I had just heard. The living room, now an oppressive cocoon where the rain had stopped, leaving an intermittent dripping in the gutters like belated tears. It was an ethereal ghost that had tormented my mother all those years, whispers in empty hallways or figures in fogged mirrors. It was the visceral memory of her father bleeding out in a narrow hallway, the gurgle of his last word like a broken record in her mind. It was the metallic sound of a knife being pulled from a drawer, a click that now made my skin crawl every time I opened one in our kitchen. It was the empty gaze of her own mother, turned into an executioner by a chemical potion that promised wings but delivered chains. Suddenly, all her fears, the startles at slamming doors, the double locks, the panic at knives, took on a terrible and logical meaning, a puzzle assembled with bloody pieces that explained the protective but fractured woman who had raised me, alone, working night shifts in an auto parts factory to pay for this suburban house with its illusion of security. That story, told to me by my mother in the rain on an autumn Friday in Ohio, not only explained my past, the reason for the incomplete family photos, the visits to Virginia that never happened, the absence of a grandmother on birthday cards. It completely redefined my present, tinging every interaction with a layer of painful understanding. Every gesture of overprotection, her hand on my shoulder when we crossed busy streets, her insistence that I come home before dark, every display of fierce, suffocating love, hugs that lasted a second too long, home-cooked dinners even on exam nights, carried the long shadow of that night in the trailer, an echo that reverberated in her actions like an underground pulse. And I, without even remembering it, a 3-month-old baby with chubby cheeks and clenched fists, oblivious to the chaos but marked by it in the DNA of my inherited fears, had been the unwitting catalyst, the baby for whom a good man, Frank, had given his life in a bloody hallway, interposing himself as a human shield, and for whom a woman, Eleanor, lost in her crystalline demons, had tried to take both of us away, redirecting her anger like a toxic river toward the innocence we represented. I got up then, crossing the living room in 3 steps to embrace her, my teenage body wrapping her in a clumsy but sincere hug, her head resting on my shoulder with a muffled sob that released decades of restraint. "I'm sorry, Mom," I whispered into her hair that smelled of apple shampoo and rain, "for making you relive it." She pulled away slightly, her hands on my cheeks, looking at me with those blue eyes that were a gift from Frank, now filled with a fragile peace. "Don't be sorry, Tyler, by saying it. I release it. And you are proof that something good came out of that hell. You are my light, as you were his." The days that followed were a whirlwind of quiet adjustments. Nights, where we sat on the porch under the light of a yellow bulb talking about Frank, his bad jokes, his hobby of carving wooden spoons he never used, and Eleanor, not as a monster, but as a victim of her own amplified weakness. I visited online archives, searching for yellowed newspaper clippings from the Williamson Daily about the tragic murder in Trailer Park, grainy photos from the trial where Eleanor appeared emaciated in an orange jumpsuit that hung on her like a shroud. I found letters from Frank that my mother kept in a shoebox under her bed, scribbled epistles on lined paper, talking about dreams of a farm of their own in the hills, of a future where coal didn't define his lungs. And in the quiet of my room, with grunge band posters on the walls and the hum of a ceiling fan, I reflected on how the most terrifying fear does not always live in the haunted houses of horror stories, with rattling chains and spectral moans. Sometimes it lives in the blood itself, silently transmitted through generations like a latent virus, mutating into startles and double locks until someone, a mother in the rain, a 16-year-old son with piercing questions, has the courage to put it into words, to break once and for all the curse that binds the past to the present in a Gordian knot of pain and redemption. Years later, when my mother died of a heart attack in her kitchen, the same one where she used to check knives with trembling hands, I found a clause in her will, a visit to Frank's grave in Logan Cemetery, a place of moss-covered leaning headstones and views of the eternal hills. I went alone, under a West Virginia sky that threatened rain, and knelt before the simple stone that read, Frank Harlan Johnson, father and grandfather, 1945-1987. Thank you, I whispered to the wind rustling the oak leaves, for run. And in that moment, I knew the shadow had shortened, that inherited history no longer weighed like a chain, but like a beacon, a warning, a lesson, a love that transcends stained blood. Childhood should be a sanctuary, an unbreakable refuge, where days stretch out like gum under the summer sun, and worries dissipate like smoke from a campfire at dawn. A place on the map of memory to which one returns with a nostalgic smile, a mental photo album filled with sunny days, in parks with squeaky swings, easy laughter echoing in backyards dotted with wild daisies, and the comforting aroma of freshly baked cookies wafting from warm kitchens. Mine, however, has a dark tenant, a presence that announces itself not with thunder or elongated shadows, but with a persistent gray fog that hung over everything, poisoning even moments that should have been pure and innocent. The crunch of dry leaves under my boots on an autumn walk, the tinkling of wind chimes on the porch during a lazy afternoon, my father's hug after a day of school that ended with a kiss on the forehead and a promise that tomorrow will be better. This happened to me when I was a little girl in a red brick house with white framed windows and a front yard where thorny rose bushes grew, which my father pruned with devotion on Saturday mornings, in a quiet neighborhood in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where the streets were named after forgotten presidents and neighbors greeted each other with nods from their immaculate driveways. And the monster didn't live under my bed, lurking in the darkness with fairy tale claws and fangs. She lived in the next room, her door ajar, letting in the sweet scent of her Chanel No. 5 perfume and the rustle of fashion magazine pages turned with perfectly manicured nails. And her name was Diane, my stepmother. I was 7 years old when my father, a kind and sometimes overly trusting engineer named Robert, a 50-year-old man with brown hair, sprinkled with premature gray, hands stained with ink from architectural blueprints, and a deep laugh that rumbled like distant thunder when he told bad jokes about screws and beams, brought her home for the first time. My biological mother, Elizabeth, had died in a car accident when I was just a 6-month-old baby, a drunk driver on Interstate 79 on a winter night when the snow fell in thick flakes that blinded the headlights, an impact that bent the hood of her old Chevy like aluminum foil and left a void in our lives that my father filled with stories whispered in the darkness of my room. Your mom had hair like yours, Jerry, red like the sunset over the Allegheny River, and a laugh that made the birds sing louder, he would say, his deep voice muffled by the darkness, as I curled up under the star-patterned sheets, clutching a teddy bear that had belonged to her. My memory of Elizabeth was just a collection of blurry photographs in silver frames on the mantelpiece, her smiling in a flowery dress at a picnic, holding me in her arms with an expression of infinite love that now, with the passing of the years, breaks my heart. And the stories my father wove like tapestries to fill the void, how she sang "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" to me in a voice that was off-key but tender, how she planned to take me to Disney World when I was a little older. Those stories were my balm, but also my anchor to a past I would never possess, a benevolent ghost watching over me on stormy nights when the wind howled against the windows like a wounded wolf. Diane arrived like a hurricane of expensive perfume and bright smiles, a whirlwind of energy that burst into our gray routine of lonely dinners and black and white television afternoons. I met her on the front porch of our house, a modest space with a wicker rocking chair that creaked under the weight of memories and pots of geraniums that my father watered with distracted devotion. It was a spring afternoon, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and lilacs in bloom from the neighbor's garden, and I was playing with my dolls on the cracked concrete floor, dressed in denim overalls stained with mud from a dip in a puddle after school. My father came out of the house adjusting the tie on his work shirt, the knot loose as always, and behind him came she, a 38-year-old woman with dyed blonde hair falling in perfect waves over her shoulders, a tight emerald dress that accentuated her slender figure, and high heels that click-clacked against the steps like an impatient clock. "Jerry, come meet Diane," my father said, his voice tinged with a nervous excitement I hadn't heard from him since, well, ever. She crouched down to my level, her blue eyes, cold as steel in the sun, fixed on mine, and extended a hand with cherry-red painted nails. "Hello, little princess. Your daddy has told me so much about you. I'm Diane, and I'm going to be part of the family." Her voice was melodic, with a drawling southern accent that suggested origins in Georgia or Alabama, though she never confirmed it, and her smile was wide, revealing white, even teeth that gleamed like fake pearls. At first, it was exciting, a breath of fresh air in the house that smelled of old books and my father's Old Spice cologne. Diane filled the empty space with an effervescence that seemed straight out of a detergent commercial. She bought bouquets of wildflowers at the Squirrel Hill Farmers Market, orange tulips and white daisies that she placed in recycled glass vases on the dining room table, perfuming the air with a floral sweetness that drove away the musty smell of the walls. She baked chocolate chip cookies in the gas oven we rarely used, the aroma of melted butter and vanilla flooding the kitchen like a comforting cloud, the trays coming out golden and crisp, with jagged edges that broke with a satisfying snap. And she would buy me pretty dresses from the thrift stores in the Strip District, soft cotton fabrics with floral or polka dot prints that swirled around me when I jumped up and down in the living room, making my father clap his hands with tears in his eyes. "Look at you, Jerry. You look like a movie star," he would say, and Diane would nod, her hand on his shoulder, a perfect trio reflected in the hallway mirror, where the wooden frame was chipped from years of careless rubbing. We played house in the backyard, a patch of uneven grass dotted with dandelions, and a rusty swing that squeaked like a wounded bird, where she pretended to be the strict mom who sent the dolls to bed early. And I laughed until my stomach hurt, the sun filtering through the leaves of the tall maple trees that shaded the neighborhood. But behind that fairy tale facade, afternoons of tea with mismatched cups and stories read aloud in exaggerated accents, something else was brewing, a silent cancer taking root in the cracks of normality. Jealousy is a slow-acting poison, an elixir sipped drop by drop until the entire body convulses, and Diane drank it in deliberate sips, her blue eyes darkening like storm clouds when no one was looking. It wasn't the explosive jealousy of an opera villainess, with screams that make crystal chandeliers shake and plates fly like frisbees. It was the silent kind, the kind that seeps into the small spaces of everyday life, like cigarette smoke in a closed room, leaving a bitter aftertaste that permeates the curtains and cushions. It began to show in the tiny details, those grains of sand that irritate the oyster until it forms a black pearl. If my father hugged me when he came home from work, his strong arms enveloping me in a whirlwind of pencil and coffee machine smells, lifting me off the ground until my feet kicked in the air. His smile would freeze at the edges, his lips tightening into a thin line that he disguised with a cough or a trivial comment about the traffic on the Boulevard of the Allies. If he praised a drawing I had done at school, a clumsy scribble of our house with a smoking chimney and a smiling sun, crayon colors spilling outside the lines, his compliments sounded forced, like counterfeit coins clinking hollowly in his pocket. "How nice, Jerry, but why didn't you color it better? Look, Diane draws much better, right, honey?" I was, in her increasingly frequent and possessive words, the apple of her eye. Her eternal little princess, phrases that came out of her mouth with cloying sweetness during dinners at the oak table, where the oilcloth tablecloth wrinkled under the plates of spaghetti with canned tomato sauce. And she was angry, as she said with a southern accent that dragged the vowels like poisoned honey, a term that sounded exotic but carried the weight of bile, uttered in whispers when my father left the room to wash the dishes, leaving an echo that made my skin crawl like the touch of a spider web. Diane wasn't from Pittsburgh. She had arrived from Atlanta a few years earlier, fleeing a divorce that my father mentioned in a low voice during their nightly conversations over cups of tea in the kitchen. Poor Diane. Her ex was a good-for-nothing. He left her up to her neck in debt and had reinvented herself as an assistant in the engineering office where my father worked. A woman of feline efficiency who organized plans and schedules with the precision of a watchmaker. She was 38, 15 years younger than my father, with smooth skin that smelled of rose lotion, and a wardrobe of pencil skirts and silk blouses that contrasted with the jeans and sweatshirts of my childhood world. At first, her jealousy was subtle, like the first sip of a cocktail that burns your tongue without warning. A hand lingering on my father's shoulder when I tried to sit on his lap during story time. An exaggerated sigh when he helped me with my math homework instead of reading the newspaper. "Robert, honey, why don't you help me with this? Jerry's a big boy now, isn't he?" she would say, her voice a purr that disguised her claws. But over time, the fog thickened, and the details became patterns. Dinners where my plate arrived with smaller portions, excused with, "You're growing, you don't need as much." Nights where she sent me to bed early with a "sleep, little princess, children need rest," while she and my father stayed up watching movies on the couch, the glow of the television seeping under my door like a treacherous light. The first incident occurred a few months after she moved out, on a Saturday in July when the Pennsylvania sun beat down on the asphalt, making the air ripple like a mirage, and the smell of the neighbor's barbecue mingle with that of Lake Erie, a vast blue mirror stretching to the horizon like a promise of escape. We had planned a picnic on Presque Isle Beach, a ritual my father and I had performed every summer for as long as I could remember. A red and white checkered blanket spread out on the fine sand dotted with broken shells, a blue cooler loaded with tuna sandwiches with mayonnaise that stuck to the palate, Fanta orange soda bubbling cold in plastic cups, and a red bucket to collect smooth stones that sparkled like jewels in the sun. Diane had insisted on coming that time. To be a real family, she said, carrying a wicker basket with homemade potato salad, irregularly diced potatoes mixed with raw onion and vinegar that stung the nose, and a bottle of rosé wine that she sipped from a glass that seemed out of place on the sand. The lake water was cold, an icy shock that made me squeal as the waves lapped at my bare ankles, but my father, laughing with that deep laugh that made his eyes crinkle at the corners, lifted me up and carried me on his shoulders into the water, splashing up to our knees as I screamed with pure excitement, clinging to his wet hair like the reins of a wild horse, the world swaying in a rocking motion of blue and sun that erased all worries. Diane was on the shore, stretched out on the blanket like a beached mermaid, her body wrapped in a black one-piece swimsuit that contrasted with her pale skin smeared with coconut oil that glistened like lacquer, her aviator sunglasses hiding her eyes, but not the tension in her jaw, her lips pressed into a line that feigned relaxation. When we came out of the water, soaked and happy, my father shaking me like a wet dog, drops flying in fleeting rainbows, my laughter mingling with his in an echo of childish joy. He gently set me down on the sand and went to fetch more refreshments from the cooler, which dripped condensation onto the sand like cold tears. Diane then got up, her shadow lengthening over me like a passing cloud, and approached with a blue and white striped beach towel that smelled of salt and sunscreen, holding it out to me with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Your daddy loves you very much, doesn't he, Jerry?" she said, her voice sweet as the cough syrup my father gave me when I coughed at night, but with an underlying undertone that made my stomach clench, a thread of poisoned honey. "That's right," I replied naively, rubbing my hair with the towel, the drops cascading over my shoulders and tickling my skin, which was bristling from the cold. "So much so that sometimes you forget about others," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the lake where the waves lapped at the shore with a constant whisper, like a secret shared with the water. And then, with the same naturalness with which one arranges a towel on the sand to dry the sweat from one's forehead, he took a handful of the fabric, wet and heavy like a soaked sponge, and, smiling with that curve of his lips that seemed innocent but which I now recognize as the mask of a predator, pressed it against my face. It was only a moment, 2, maybe 3 seconds that stretched into a suffocating eternity. But in that span, the world contracted to a point of pure terror. The damp fabric stuck to my nose and mouth like a cold shroud, blocking the air with a relentless seal, the smell of salt and chlorine invading my nostrils like dry drowning. The sunlight turned red through the fabric, then black as spilled ink, dots of stars exploding in my peripheral vision as panic ignited in my chest like a match in gasoline. I kicked, my feet sinking into the soft sand that gave way like quicksand, my small hands clawing at her forearms, soft but firm skin, marked by a gold watch that dug into my palm. But she didn't budge, her weight leaning slightly forward, the sun heating her back like an invisible oven. The sound of the lake, the rhythmic lapping of the waves, the distant cry of a seagull, was muffled to a distant hum, replaced by the roar of my blood pumping in my ears, a frantic drumbeat that drowned out everything else. I thought, in that flash of childish clarity, of my mother in the photos, of how she would hug me if she were there. I thought of my father, laughing in the cooler a few feet away, oblivious to the abyss opening beneath my feet. And then, as if time had broken, she let go. "Oops, you dropped your towel, you clumsy little thing," she said loudly, her tone light like that of a distracted nanny, adjusting the fabric on my shoulders with a feigned maternal gesture, just as my father returned with the cans of Fanta dripping in his hand, the pop of the opener echoing like a lifesaver. I gasped, air rushing into my lungs like an icy torrent, coughing convulsively as tears welled up, salty and hot, mixing with the lake water that still beaded my cheeks and dripped in quivering rivulets. "Dad, she, I stammered, my voice a choked croak, the words sticking in my sore throat like thorns. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" my father asked, kneeling beside me in the sand that stuck to his jeans, his large, warm hand on my back, rubbing comforting circles that now seemed like a distant balm. Diane put the towel over my face. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning. I sobbed, pointing at her with a trembling finger, the world still spinning in spirals of residual panic, the lake seeming vaster and more menacing behind her. My father looked at Diane, his expression shifting from concern to confusion, his eyes squinting in the blinding sun. She rolled her eyes with an expression of exasperated patience, a dramatic sigh that ruffled the waves of her hair and crossed her arms over her chest, her swimsuit tightening. "Robert, please." The girl got scared of the lake water. You know how she is, always so sensitive. She slipped on the wet sand and the towel covered her face for a moment. "She's exaggerating, as usual. You know how kids are with their wild imaginations, monster stories and all that." And my father, my dear blind, normality-craving father, nodded slowly, conflict flickering in his eyes like a wavering flame before extinguishing. "You're right, honey. Come on, Jerry, it's not that big a deal. It was an accident, that's all. Take a deep breath, and let's get on with the picnic. Look, I brought your favorite Fanta." He handed me the cold can, the condensed metal dripping into my palm, and even though the soda bubbled sweetly on my tongue when I drank it, it tasted like ashes, like the first crack in the glass of our family. That phrase, "it was an accident," would become the refrain of my childhood, a mantra repeated like a broken record at family dinners, where the steam from the roast meat rose in spirals and the candles flickered in brass candlesticks inherited from my maternal grandmother. The cloak under which Diane hid her small and large misdeeds, a veil of normality that covered emotional bruises like plaster on a broken bone. I was not a child who lied. My lies were clumsy, like saying I had brushed my teeth when the toothpaste was still dripping from the sink. But she had masterfully and sinisterly constructed the image of an imaginative, dramatic girl who sought attention like a blood-sucking vampire. "Jerry and his stories, Robert, always making things up so you'll pay more attention to him," she would say in the evenings when my father came home exhausted from the office, his dented, leather briefcase hitting the floor of the hallway with a definitive thud. He would nod, running a hand through his gray hair. "Yes, it's a phase, she'll get over it," while I retreated to my room with my stomach churning, my teddy bear clutched to my chest like a shield against the thickening fog. The accidents followed one another like seasons on Pennsylvania's relentless calendar. Autumns of golden leaves crunching underfoot on the way to school. Winters of snow that muffled the sounds, but not the fears. Springs of lilacs that perfumed the air, but did not dispel the tension. One fall day, with the lake wind bringing a premature chill that made my skin bristle, I tripped at the top of the wooden stairs in our house, steep, creaky steps that led up to the second floor, where my room smelled of library books and melted crayons, just as she was passing by with a stack of clean towels from the basement clothesline, her elbow brushing mine with a casualness that threw me off balance. I fell down the stairs, the steps hitting my back and elbows like dull punches, a bruise blooming on my thigh like a purple flower that burned the next day. "Oh my God, Jerry. Are you okay?" she exclaimed, rushing down the stairs, her face a mask of concern that cracked at the corners when my father ran out of his study. "She slipped, Robert. The rug is loose. She's so clumsy, poor thing." He hugged her, murmuring accident, while I sobbed on the floor, the physical pain overshadowed by the terror of his proximity. Another accident occurred at a winter dinner, the kitchen lit by the yellowish light of a hanging lamp that cast long shadows on the white tile walls splattered with sauce. The tomato soup she served me, a thick, bubbling broth in a ceramic bowl with a chipped rim, was so hot that it burned my tongue and palate when I blew impatiently, a liquid fire that made me scream and spit, tears welling up as the steam rose in accusatory spirals. Diane clicked her tongue, standing up with a napkin in her hand. "Look, Robert, I told you to wait. He's impatient, always wanting everything right now. The soup was perfect for me." My father sighed, running a hand through my hair. "Calm down, Jerry. Learn to wait. It was your accident." The burning in my mouth lasted for days, but the burning in my chest was worse, a slow fire of disbelief that was stoked with every accident. In a store in downtown Pittsburgh during the Christmas holidays, where lights flickered in shop windows filled with mannequins wearing wool coats, and the air smelled of roasted chestnuts from a street cart, he let go of my hand in the middle of a crowd of hurried shoppers, red wool hats and multicolored scarves swirling like a human river, the hubbub of voices and laughter drowning out my call. I was lost for 10 endless minutes, panic climbing my throat like thorny ivy, my feet planted on the sticky linoleum of the mall as I spun in circles, searching for her tall figure among the anonymous heads, my heart pounding like a hammer in a forge. "Mom, Dad," I shouted, but my voice was lost in the chaos, hot tears rolling down my cold cheeks. When a security guard found me, a burly man with a shiny badge and gray mustache who smelled of coffee and donuts, crying next to a toy store window, with electric trains buzzing around tracks, she came running, her face streaked with hysterical tears, hugging me so tightly it hurt. "My God, Jerry, where were you? She slipped out of my hand, poor thing. She's so restless, always running around." The guard nodded. Common accident at this time of year, and my father, who had driven over from work, comforted her with a hug. "It wasn't your fault, Diane. These crowds are crazy." I was speechless, my relief clouded by the certainty that her hand hadn't slipped. She had let go, testing me, gauging how long my terror would last before someone noticed. Each event left me more fearful, more isolated in my own home, a castle that became a dungeon with every shadow that lengthened at dusk. My father, caught up in the illusion of the perfect family he so longed for, after years of lonely dinners, of microwaved meals, and nights of television on a couch that sank like a pit of loneliness, refused to see it. His mind a defense mechanism that filtered reality through rose-colored glasses. To him, I was the unstable variable, the living connection to a painful past of loss and grief that Diane had come to heal with her flowers and cookies, a temporary balm for his wounded heart. Confronting her meant admitting that his choice, that impulsive decision to propose after 6 months of dates at diners with greasy hamburgers and walks in Shenley Park where the leaves crunched under their feet, had been a catastrophic mistake, a misstep that threatened to collapse the fragile scaffolding of his rebuilt happiness. His mind refused to take that step, preferring accidents as convenient excuses. Jerry is going through a phase. He'll grow out of it, he would say at night when he sent me to bed early. His kiss on my forehead more distracted, the scent of his aftershave mixed with her perfume wafting in from the living room. The atmosphere in the house became heavy, like the air before a summer storm in Pittsburgh, where clouds gather on the horizon of the Ohio River and thunder rolls in the distance like an omen. I learned to be a shadow, to move through the hallways with cat-like steps on the worn oriental rug that muffled my footsteps, to chew quietly during dinners where the clink of cutlery against porcelain plates was the only sound, to not demand too much of my father's attention during his rare moments of leisure. A Sunday afternoon on the couch, with the Post-Gazette newspaper open to the sports page, his distracted hand scratching my head as I curled up next to him. Diane no longer pretended to smile in my presence. Her disdain was palpable, an invisible wall erected between us, her gaze sliding over me like oil on water during breakfast mornings where coffee bubbled in the percolator and bacon sizzled in the pan. Her whispers when my father was away, out buying milk at the corner store or working late at the office under fluorescent lights that buzzed like wasps, were like sharp knives in the dim light of the hallway. He's mine now, Jerry. This house is mine, with its walls and its secrets. You're just in the way, like a weed in the garden that needs to be pulled out. The words stuck in my chest like thorns, remaining there to fester on sleepless nights when the kitchen clock ticked accusingly, the teddy bear pressed against my face to stifle my sobs. The pinnacle of horror came on a late summer Saturday afternoon when the Pittsburgh sun filtered lazily through the lace curtains in the living room, casting dancing patterns on the Persian rug my father had bought at a flea market as a touch of elegance. I was 9 years old, a skinny girl with scraped knees from climbing the oak tree in the backyard, and red hair pulled back into pigtails that came undone with the sweat of the day, dressed in a plaid cotton dress that Diane had bought me to make you look like a decent girl. My father had gone to the hardware store in Oakland, a routine trip for screws and paint, to repair the garden fence that was leaning like a drunk after a storm, his Ford pickup truck rattling down the street with a familiar roar that promised to return in an hour with a salami sandwich from the corner deli. I was in the living room, curled up on the floor with my legs crossed on the carpet that tickled my calves slightly, watching cartoons on the RCA console TV with rabbit ears that picked up fuzzy signals, Scooby-Doo chasing ghosts in a haunted mansion, canned laughter echoing hollowly in the room like echoes of a distant normality. She tried to ignore Diane's presence, sitting in the faded green velvet wingback chair, the spring creaking under her weight, as she leafed through a fashion magazine with glossy pages that smelled of fresh ink, her red nails drumming on the arm of the chair like Morse code for impatience. Suddenly, the TV clicked off, the screen going black as a well, the sound of the cartoons cut off in the middle of Velma's Jinkies. I turned, my heart skipping a beat, and there she stood, remote control in hand like a scepter, staring at me with an expression that wasn't anger, not the explosive fury of a volcano, but a terrifying calm, an absolute resolve that made her face look carved from cold marble, her blue eyes fixed on me like lasers piercing the soul. The living room, with its sun-faded floral wallpaper and mantelpiece displaying photos of my mother and me, contracted around us, the air thickening as before a snowfall. "Your dad loves you too much," she said, her voice flat, without emotional inflection, as if reciting a recipe rather than a death sentence, taking a step forward with heels that clicked against the polished wood floor. "Too much for his own good, Jerry. Too much for it to be healthy, for him to see what he really needs." I rose slowly from the floor, my jelly legs betraying me, instinctively retreating toward the sofa, where the sunken cushions promised an illusory refuge, my back bumping against the soft armrest that smelled of dust and years of forgotten naps. "Diane, what?" I stammered, my voice a trembling thread, my heart hammering in my chest like a bird trapped in a cage of ribs. "It's time for you to rest, Jerry," she continued, ignoring my question, advancing slowly toward me with measured steps that made the wood creak, her flowery house dress fluttering around her legs like a false flag of surrender. "A very, very long rest. That way he can love me, only me, without your shadow getting in the way of every hug, every glance. We'll be happy, Jerry. You understand, don't you? It's for the best." Before I could scream, my throat closing in a knot of pure terror, the words stuck like chicken bones. Her hands were around my neck, cold, strong fingers closing like steel pincers, the red polish on her nails digging into my tender skin like rose thorns. She pushed me against the back of the sofa with a strength I would never have imagined in her slender frame, muscles tense beneath the fabric, fueled by a rage that had fermented silently for years. Her weight on me like a slab of granite, the scent of her perfume suffocating me more than her hands. The world was reduced to her eyes, which reflected nothing. No remorse, no obvious madness, just a dark, hungry void, blue wells that absorbed the light of the living room like black holes. I kicked, my feet hitting the air and the base of the sofa with dull thuds. I tried to hit her with my little girl's arms, clenched fists scratching her blouse, leaving white grooves in the cotton fabric. But I had no strength against her adult determination, her body pressing mine against the cushions that sank like quicksand. The pressure on my throat was unbearable, a ring of fire tightening with every second, the air escaping in muffled gasps that sounded like the gurgling of a fish out of water. My vision began to fill with black dots dancing like dying stars, the living room blurring into smudges, the television black as an empty mirror, the magazine fallen to the floor with pages open to an advertisement for jewelry that glinted ironically, the wall clock ticking with cruel indifference. The sound of blood pumping in my ears was a frantic, deafening drumbeat, drowning out the distant hum of an airplane flying over the neighborhood, the song of a bird in the oak tree in the garden. I couldn't breathe anymore, my chest convulsing in vain, my lungs burning as if I were inhaling liquid fire. I couldn't fight anymore, my arms falling limply at my sides like broken branches. I thought of my father, of his laughter at Lake Erie, of how he would carry me on his shoulders until the world spun. I thought of my mother in the photos, whispering to me that everything would be all right. I thought he would never know the truth, that he would remember me as the troubled child who left, another accident in his life of accumulated losses, another gap in the photo album he would fill with forced smiles and pious excuses. And then, like in a movie where the hero arrives at the last second, a voice, distant at first, distorted by the tunnel of my dwindling consciousness, but unmistakable, a thunderclap that cut through the red fog. "What the hell are you doing?" The weight on me disappeared in an instant, as if a hurricane wind had torn it away, and air rushed into my lungs like a wild torrent, burning my throat with flames as I gasped, coughing convulsively, phlegm and tears gushing out in an uncontrollable stream, my vision cleared in flashes, the living room coming into focus in fragments, my father in the doorway, the hardware store bag falling to the floor with a clatter of screws rolling like stray bullets, his face a mask of horror and utter disbelief, his brown eyes wide as saucers. Through a blur of tears and mucus, I saw Diane staggering backward, torn from me by my father's hands gripping her shoulders, shaking her like a rag doll. Her screams were shrill, unhinged, a shriek that pierced the ears like broken glass. She was having a nightmare, Robert. She was drowning on the couch, kicking, and I was trying to help her. I woke her up, that's all. Look how she screams, always making things up. But my father wasn't listening to her anymore. His world reduced to me, curled up on the sofa with my hands on my bruised throat, bruises blooming like dark violets under my skin. He lifted me into his arms with fierce tenderness, my small body wrapping itself around his like a wounded koala, my fingers clinging to his flannel shirt that smelled of sawdust and salvation, my face buried in his neck where tears wet his salty skin. "Shh, Jerry. Shh, I'm here, my love," he murmured, his voice broken by sobs that shook his broad chest, hot tears rolling down his cheeks and dripping into my hair. The last thing I remember clearly is his face, pale and terrified in the evening light filtering through the window, looking at me with a love that transcended the horror, a silent promise of renewed protection. And then, darkness enveloped me, a merciful faint that erased the chaos, my body surrendering to the exhaustion of terror and lack of oxygen, the world dissolving into comforting blackness. I woke up in a hospital, the sterile room smelling of disinfectant and antiseptic that stung my nose, the constant beep of a heart monitor marking the rhythm of my return to consciousness like a relentless metronome. My throat was sore, a dull fire that made swallowing agony, and my voice was a hoarse whisper when I tried to speak, as if my vocal cords had been torn in the struggle. A middle-aged nurse in a blue uniform with her hair pulled back in a tight bun adjusted the IV drip beside me, her smile kind but professional. "Take it easy, sweetie. You're safe. Your dad is outside talking to the doctor." My father then entered, his figure hunched at the door as if he were carrying the weight of the world, his eyes red and swollen from crying, his shirt wrinkled and stained with what looked like blood. Mine. His. I don't know. He sat on the edge of the bed, taking my hand in his, rough from years of blueprints and tools, and sobbed openly, a guttural sound that broke my heart more than my neck. "I'm sorry, Jerry. God, I'm so sorry. Never again, I swear. Never again." The police had arrived minutes after I passed out, alerted by my father's screams echoing through the quiet neighborhood where neighbors peered out from half-open windows. There had been a violent fight in the living room, a whirlwind of overturned furniture and raised voices. Diane, in her spiral of denial and rage, had tried to attack my father with a porcelain vase from the mantelpiece, a reliquary of my mother with hand-painted roses that shattered against the wall, white shards splattering the carpet like dirty snow. Her scream of, "You love her more than me too," cutting through the air like a knife. He, in an act of desperate defense to protect me and himself, had pinned her to the floor until the officers burst through the half-open door, handcuffing her as she kicked and cursed, her makeup smeared in black streaks like a tragic clown. The subsequent medical exams and psychological evaluations. Hours in white rooms, with white-coated psychologists asking soft but incisive questions, fluorescent lights buzzing like flies in my aching head, painted a clear and terrible picture, a portrait of madness that had been brewing in silence. Diane suffered from an undiagnosed borderline personality disorder, exacerbated by a history of childhood trauma that she buried under layers of superficial charm, an alcoholic father in Atlanta who beat her with leather belts, an absent mother who ran off to motels with lovers, and which, over time and with a pathological obsession with my father, had led to early onset and extremely aggressive dementia, cognitive decline accelerated by chronic stress and possibly unexplored genetics. Her jealousy of me was not a childish whim or a passing rivalry, but the symptom of a mind that was crumbling like an old building in an earthquake, which saw in a 9-year-old girl with my red hair inherited from Elizabeth, and my curious eyes that reminded my father of his first loss, an existential rival, an intruder who stole the oxygen from her distorted world, a threat that had to be eliminated in order to restore the illusory balance of her absolute possession. My stepmother today, at 58, is in a psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of Erie, a complex of low gray concrete buildings surrounded by tall pine trees that whisper in the wind from the lake, with advanced dementia disorders that have reduced her to a shadow of her former self. Episodes of confusion, where she calls my father by the names of past lovers, trembling hands that no longer remember how to hold a fork, cloudy blue eyes that stare into space like dry wells. It is not divine punishment or poetic revenge. It is an inexorable consequence, the cycle of the broken mind closing in on itself like a steel trap. My father lives with the guilt of not having believed his daughter before, of not having seen the monster that slept beside him for nights on end, his steady breathing betraying the storm within. Guilt has aged him prematurely, deep furrows on his forehead that cannot be erased with aftershave lotion, sleepless nights where he walks around the empty house, now just the two of us, his room converted into a study filled with rolled-up blueprints and photos of Elizabeth and me in gold frames, muttering, "I should have seen the signs." Our relationship was rebuilt, slowly and painfully, on the foundation of that terrible truth. Weekly therapy in an office with plush chairs and tissues in cardboard boxes, late-night conversations in the kitchen where coffee steams in mismatched mugs and confessions flow like the Monongahela River, a hug on the porch where the swing creaks under our shared weight, rebuilding burned bridges with words and time. Sometimes when I sleep in my current apartment on Pittsburgh's East End, a loft overlooking the river where the lights on the bridges twinkle like fallen stars, the air heavy with the scent of freshly baked bread from a nearby bakery, I still feel the pressure of those hands on my neck, a tactile ghost that squeezes in my dreams, waking me with gasping breaths and my hand on my throat, feeling invisible bruises that time has not erased. It is a memory engraved in my flesh, in my vagus nerve that still jumps with residual panic, in the emotional scars that reveal themselves in adult relationships where trust is earned drop by drop. There were no ethereal ghosts or supernatural demons from an ancient grimoire, only the banal and terrifying cruelty of untreated mental illness, a disorder that entangles itself in synapses like toxic vines, and the pathological jealousy of a woman who, in her world distorted by broken illusions and unfulfilled promises, thought that murdering a 9-year-old girl was the only way to preserve a love that was never really hers, a love built on the shifting sands of loneliness and need. The deepest fear does not always scream with ghostly howls or apocalyptic thunder. Sometimes it whispers in the pauses of a conversation, smiles at you from the breakfast table with perfect teeth and painted lips, and squeezes your neck with the hands that are supposed to take care of you, wrap you in soft hugs, and dry your tears with perfumed handkerchiefs. And in the silence after the storm, what remains is not victory, but reconstruction, a father and daughter weaving threads of truth into a tattered tapestry, a reminder that the fog dissipates, but only if confronted with the relentless light of memory. I always considered myself a person with deep roots, not in a metaphorical, poetic, or philosophical sense like those motivational speeches you hear at personal development conferences, but literally, tangibly, like the roots of a 100-year-old oak tree sinking into the clay soil of a family garden, anchoring the structure against hurricane-force winds and relentless droughts. While my teenage friends complained on Friday afternoons after school, gathered in someone's basement with bags of stale potato chips and cans of warm soda, about how boring, predictable, and suffocating their families were, I found a certain comfort, almost a secret balm in the predictability of mine. It was a web of routines that wove a tapestry of security. Sundays at my paternal grandparents' house, where the aroma of freshly baked cornbread wafted from the kitchen like a comforting mist, and the tables were filled with mismatched plates of bean stew and roast beef that my grandmother served with trembling but steady hands, accompanied by endless anecdotes about distant cousins and eccentric uncles. Summer vacations at the same cabin by Lake Michigan, a creaky wooden refuge with a sloping porch that groaned under the weight of frayed wicker chairs, where we spent entire days fishing for perch with rusty rods my father had inherited from his father, the water lapping at the shore with a hypnotic whisper as the sun set in a blaze of orange and purple, and above all the stories repeated ad nauseum, told around the fireplace on winter nights where the fire crackled like an elderly storyteller about how my great-grandfather had built the house where I grew up with his own hands. A modest red brick construction in a Chicago suburb, with a damp basement that smelled of earth and rusty tools, and a dusty attic filled with cardboard boxes marked with faded labels that held relics such as war medals and photo albums with jagged edges. It was a solid story, one of brick and mortar, sweat and nails hammered into oak beams, a narrative that made me feel anchored, as if the whole world could shake, but my lineage would remain unshakable, a beacon of stability in the storm of adolescence with its raging hormones and existential doubts. Or so I believed, with the trusting naivety of someone who sees the world in black and white, unaware of the cracks hidden beneath the freshly painted surface. The earthquake that shook the foundations of my world, not a geological earthquake with aftershocks that last for days, but an emotional earthquake that reverberates in every fiber of my being, did not come with the crash of falling plates or collapsing walls, but with my mother's silence, a deafening void that expanded like a crack in the ice of a frozen lake, threatening to swallow me whole. I was 16, that liminal age where curiosity mixes with rebellion like cream and coffee, and my high school history class had assigned us a family tree as our final project for the quarter, a 3-meter diagram on craft paper that unfolded like butterfly wings, with curved branches drawn in pencil and names scribbled in black ink, adorned with Polaroid photos taped on with adhesive tape and sticky notes with family anecdotes. For me, it was an exciting project, an opportunity to dive into the ocean of my heritage like an explorer in an ancient galleon, with yellowed maps and compasses pointing to the past, while my classmates complained in the hallways, crowded with backpacks and raucous laughter about how difficult it was to find information. "My family's a mess. I don't even know who my grandfather is," moaned Sarah, my best friend, her blonde ponytail swinging like a pendulum. I rubbed my hands together in anticipation, imagining the hours in the attic under the bare light bulb that buzzed like an angry bee, rummaging through dusty cardboard boxes that smelled of old paper and mothballs, pulling out sepia-toned photos of great-great-grandparents with waxed mustaches and lace dresses that crinkled to the touch. I had older relatives who loved to tell stories. My paternal grandfather, with his voice as gravelly as gravel under boots, recounting how he had courted my grandmother at a Methodist church dance in the 1950s, with a 3-piece band and fruit punch that tasted like youthful dreams. And above all, a mother who was a born archivist, with a desk in the basement filled with folders, labeled with surgical precision, and a red leather-bound family album that unfolded generations like pages of a sacred book. I started with my father's side, which was the easiest and most boisterous, a lush garden of branches intertwined like vines on a Victorian pergola. I filled pages with eccentric uncles, Uncle Harold, who collected pocket watches and told jokes about the weather that no one understood but everyone laughed at out of courtesy, distant cousins who lived on farms in Iowa and sent postcards with cows grazing under endless skies, grandparents who posed in wedding photos in wool suits and tulle veils that smelled of preserved lavender, and great-grandparents who had crossed the Atlantic in steamships crowded with immigrants, with cardboard suitcases tied with string and dreams of streets paved with gold. The diagram grew, branches curving to the right with arrows indicating marriages and divorces, births and deaths, adorned with scribbles of children playing in red dirt yards and women in aprons kneading bread in wood-burning kitchens. It was a living tapestry, full of colors and textures, that made me feel part of an epic saga, like the Meichner novels my father devoured in his recliner. Then I turned to my mother's side, with the same eagerness of a miner prospecting for gold veins in a promising hill. That's where things went wrong, like a country road that suddenly turns into a slippery gravel path, with brambles scratching your legs and fog obscuring the horizon. It was an October afternoon, the kind of day when the Illinois sun filters lazily through gray clouds threatening rain, and the air smells of damp leaves and smoke from distant chimneys. I was sitting at the kitchen table in our house, a cozy room with white-painted oak cabinets that creaked when opened, a window above the sink that looked out onto the backyard where red apples hung heavy from the trees, and a wall clock with a pendulum that marked the hours with a hypnotic ticking, spreading my papers out on the flowered oilcloth tablecloth my mother had bought at a county fair years ago, with coffee stains that told stories of hurried mornings. "Mom, can you help me with your grandparents' names?" I asked, my pencil suspended over the paper, the graphite chewed at the tip by teenage nerves, while she stirred a pot of vegetable soup on the gas stove, steam rising in spirals that smelled of carrots and fresh thyme from the garden. The change in her was instantaneous, as if an invisible switch had cut off the flow of her usual warmth. Her smile, which a second before had been warm and enveloping, that curve of her lips that crinkled the corners of her green eyes and made her freckles dance like constellations, froze into a rigid mask, her facial muscles tightening like out-of-tune guitar strings. Her body relaxed as she hummed an old 60s tune that sounded like an echo of her youth, tensed visibly, shoulders hunching forward, the spatula in her hand stopping midway to the pot, the metal scraping against the edge with a sound that echoed in the sudden silence of the kitchen. "Grandparents," she repeated, as if the word were strange to her, exotic, a term from a forgotten language that invoked unwanted ghosts, her voice coming out in a flat tone that contrasted with the bubbling of the soup. "Well, my maternal grandparents died when I was very young. I hardly remember them. Just flashes, nothing concrete. But what were their names? And your paternal grandparents?" I insisted, my initial enthusiasm beginning to be tinged with confusion, the pencil spinning between my fingers like a nervous talisman, while the ticking of the clock seemed to accelerate, counting seconds that stretched like rubber. "My paternal grandmother's name was Clara," she said, getting up to rinse a cup that was already clean under the rhythmically dripping faucet, the water splashing into the stainless steel sink with a soft hiss, her movements mechanical, as if her body were operating on autopilot to avoid eye contact. "And my grandfather, Sebastian. But I don't have much more information, sweetie. It was a complicated time. The Great Depression, the war, all that." "Complicated how?" I pressed, leaning over the table, the paper crinkling under my elbows, my curiosity now a tingling at the back of my neck, like the harbinger of a storm gathering on the horizon. Was there anything specific? A story worth writing down? "Just that, complicated," she repeated, drying the cup with a faded dishcloth that smelled of lemon soap, her back to me like a barrier, her shoulders stiff under the blue cotton blouse she had sewn herself years ago. "Family arguments, moving, adult stuff that no one cares about now. Why don't you focus on your father's side? They have a much more interesting story. Your great-grandfather building the house, the parties at the lake, all those funny anecdotes." And that was the end of the conversation, an abrupt cut like the snap of a knife closing a drawer, leaving a silence that thickened in the kitchen like cigarette smoke. My mother returned to the stove, stirring the soup with renewed vigor, steam rising in clouds that fogged the window and blurred the garden outside, where apples fell with dull thuds onto the damp grass. Every subsequent attempt to get information out of her was like hitting a wall of polished granite, smooth and impenetrable. Questions at dinner, with the clinking of cutlery against porcelain plates in the background. Calls from college, with the echo of my footsteps in the dorm hallway reverberating on the line. Weekend visits, with the aroma of apple pie wafting from the oven like a lure for distractions. The answers were evasive, vague as morning fog. I don't remember the details, it was so long ago. Or he would masterfully change the subject, steering the conversation toward the weather in Chicago, which had been unusually rainy that year, or toward my plans for the future, asking about my journalism career with a feigned interest that hid the panic in his eyes. It wasn't the attitude of someone who simply didn't know, who had forgotten names and dates in the whirlwind of adult life. It was the attitude of someone who didn't want to know, or worse, who didn't want me to know. A protective veil woven with threads of silence and omissions that closed like a curtain against unwanted light. In the end, I handed in an unbalanced family tree, a diagram that looked like a tree pruned by a clumsy gardener. The paternal side was lush and green, with branches curving into blooms of anecdotes and Polaroid photos of family gatherings where tables overflowed with potato salads and nut pies, laughter captured in black and white suggesting a saga of pioneers and dreamers. The maternal side, in contrast, was a rickety skeleton, a dry trunk with a few sterile branches. Clara and Sebastian, names scribbled in faded ink, with no dates of birth or places of origin. Just an asterisk with a brief note, complicated times, and many blank unknowns that stared like accusing eyes from the paper. I got an A, the teacher praising my detail on the paternal side during the class presentation, where the projector hummed as it projected my diagram onto the chalk-stained wall, but the grade tasted like failure, like an incomplete puzzle with pieces lost at the bottom of a forgotten drawer. The seed of doubt was already planted, an underground sprout taking root in the fertile soil of my curiosity, fed by my mother's silence and the shadows cast in her eyes when the subject touched on the past, a low hum that lingered on sleepless nights when the Chicago wind howled against the windows like a hungry wolf. The years passed like seasons in that Midwestern prairie. Autumns of red leaves crunching underfoot on walks through Grant Park. Winters of snow that muffled the sounds of the city, but not the internal echoes. Springs of tulips sprouting in community gardens, like promises of renewal. Summers of barbecues in the backyard, where the smoke from the grill mingled with the laughter of cousins and the buzzing of bees in distant apiaries. I went to college in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a campus of red brick and century-old oak trees where the air smelled of old books and burnt coffee in the cafeteria, studying journalism with the eagerness of someone seeking answers in every headline and every anonymous source. I got a job at a local Chicago newsroom, covering stories of municipal corruption and profiles of immigrants weaving dreams into the urban fabric, building my own life in a cramped apartment in Wicker Park with walls that oozed moisture, and a stray cat I adopted and named Shadow for his midnight black fur. But that question never quite left me, a loose thread in the tapestry of my existence that I would occasionally pull, fraying normality. It was a background hum, an unclosed file in my mind that would open at unexpected moments. A family dinner, where my mother avoided looking at the old photos on the mantelpiece, her fork stirring the mashed potatoes with obsessive circular movements. A phone call from my aunt, where she mentioned the old days, and my mother abruptly changed the subject to the Thanksgiving turkey recipe. Or a lonely night in my apartment, with the cat purring on my lap and a glass of red wine that tasted like ripe berries, wondering why my mother's side of the family was a genealogical desert, while my father's side flourished like an Eden. My mother remained a loving and devoted woman, the unwavering pillar of my childhood extended into my adulthood. Weekly phone calls, where her warm voice asked about my latest article and whether I had eaten well. Surprise packages in the mail with hand-knitted wool socks that itched but kept me warm in the bitterly cold winters. Visits to my apartment where she filled the fridge with containers of homemade lasagna that smelled of oregano and melted cheese. But there was a shadow in her eyes when the past loomed, a gray veil that clouded the green of her irises like clouds passing in front of the sun, a deep sadness she never named, which manifested itself in long pauses during conversations, in sighs that escaped like steam from a teapot forgotten on the stove, in the way her hands would clench when we leafed through family albums and came to a blank page where there should have been photos of her childhood. The turning point came with the death of my paternal great-aunt, Eleanor, at the age of 92, a peaceful end in her small one-story house in Evanston, north of Chicago, where she had lived since she was widowed in the 1970s. Eleanor was the unofficial family historian, the keeper of all the anecdotes and secrets, a petite woman with tortoiseshell glasses and a silver bun that looked like a bird's nest, whose house smelled of Earl Grey tea and musty books stacked in precarious towers. Her passing was a soft whisper on an autumn afternoon, surrounded by her Siamese cats meowing like a funeral choir and an Afghan blanket she had knitted herself, covering her frail knees. The funeral was a familiar ritual at the neighborhood Presbyterian church, with hymns sung by a choir of cracked voices and a varnished pine coffin, flanked by white chrysanthemums that perfumed the air with a funeral sweetness. While helping my parents clean out her small house, a maze of rooms crammed with Victorian furniture that creaked like old bones, shelves filled with dusty porcelain, and a basement that smelled of mold and buried memories, I found at the back of a dusty closet in the master bedroom a rusty brass box labeled Letters Clara, in faded ink and shaky handwriting, the metal cold to the touch and covered in a green patina that suggested decades of neglect. I felt an immediate chill, as if the air in the room had cooled by 10 degrees, a tingling sensation on the back of my neck that made the hairs on my arms stand up under the wool sweatshirt my mother had given me for the winter. It was an invasion, I knew, rummaging through a dead woman's belongings, violating the sanctuary of her private secrets, but curiosity was stronger than respect, a torrent that drowned the voice of conscience like the roar of a waterfall. I waited until I was alone in my apartment that night, Shadow the cat purring on the worn sofa, and the traffic on Milwaukee Avenue buzzing in the distance like a swarm, to open it under the yellowish light of a table lamp that cast long shadows on the bare walls. Inside, there were no lavender-scented love letters or colorful postcards from trips to Europe with exotic stamps. There were newspaper clippings, yellowed and fragile as dead butterfly wings, folded carefully but crackling to the touch like ancient parchments, and a few typewritten letters on onion skin paper that became transparent under the light, their tone formal and distant like reports from a lawyer in a lost case. The headlines hit me like punches to the stomach, each word an impact that knocked the air out of my lungs and made the world tilt. The first, dated 1932 in the Chicago Tribune, screamed in faded bold letters, "Local businessman found dead in apparent robbery." Details followed. Sebastian Ruiz, a prosperous textile merchant in the Loop, found beaten in his office in the family home in a working-class neighborhood on the south side. His skull cracked open like a walnut, blood splattered on the mahogany desk, where he signed contracts with a fountain pen. The second, a week later, widow suspected in family tragedy. Clara Ruiz, 38, questioned by police but released for lack of evidence, her face in a grainy photo, sunken eyes, hair pulled back in a severe bun, lips pressed into a line of contained pain, staring at the camera like a cornered animal. The third, months later, custody of girl granted to maternal aunt. Isabella Ruiz, 12 years old, relocated with her unmarried aunt to a modest apartment in Pilsen, far from the toxic atmosphere of her parents' home, according to the judge, with notes about childhood trauma and need for stability. With trembling hands, cold, sweaty fingers leaving damp marks on the fragile paper, my heart beating like a war drum in my chest. I began to piece together the pieces, a macabre puzzle where each fragment revealed an image darker than the last. The articles told a sordid and brutal story, an underworld melodrama that could have come from a Sinclair Lewis novel but was real, etched in black ink on cheap pulp. My great-grandfather, Sebastian Ruiz, a Spanish immigrant who had arrived in Chicago in 1905 with a cracked leather suitcase and dreams of American prosperity, had built a modest empire of fabrics and clothing, stores in the Maxwell Street Market where the air smelled of spices and immigrant sweat, rolls of silk and cotton stacked like Alibaba's treasures. But behind the facade of a devoted family man, with silk ties and a waxed mustache that gave him the air of a dandy, lay a monster of primitive instincts, a predator who used his position as a shield for abuses that the society of the time ignored or covered up with whispers. The police initially believed it was a robbery gone wrong. A nighttime intruder climbing through the office window, striking Sebastian with a blunt object on the back of the head while he counted bills under the light of a gas lamp that flickered dancing shadows. But very few valuables were missing. A gold pocket watch with engraved initials, a silver cigarette case that his wife swore she'd seen that morning. The widow mentioned was my great-grandmother Clara, a woman of Irish descent, with gray eyes like the winter sky and calloused hands from sewing suits for the wealthy of the North Shore. And the girl was my grandmother Isabella, who would have been about 12 at the time, a little girl with brown braids and calico dresses, with flour-stained aprons from helping in the kitchen, whose custody was being disputed in a courtroom filled with cigar smoke and threadbare robes. The letters, exchanged between Clara and her older sister, my great-aunt Eleanor, written on sleepless nights with a fountain pen dripping blue ink on floral letterhead, sealed with red wax that smelled of bees and secrets, painted an even darker picture, a fresco of despair unfolding in broken paragraphs and nervous crossings out. They spoke of Sebastian's terrible outbursts, of nights when alcohol, cheap whiskey bought in bottles from clandestine speakeasies during Prohibition, turned him into a beast, his fists closing on Clara's flesh until they left bruises that she hid with long sleeves and powder, his foul breath reeking of tobacco and rage invading the bedroom like a toxic cloud, of what he did to the girl, veiled allusions to forbidden touches in the darkness of the hallway, hands slipping under Isabella's sheets, while Clara pretended to sleep in the next room, her heart beating like a prisoner against her ribs. From Clara's despair, a woman who had crossed the Atlantic fleeing poverty in Dublin, only to fall into a gilded cage of abuse, sewing until her fingers bled to pay off her gambling husband's debts. One sentence in particular, written by Clara's trembling hand in a letter dated 1932, chilled my blood like an Arctic wind seeping through a broken window. I couldn't let him do to Isabella what he did to me for years, on nights when the world slept and the devil whispered in his ear. I had already endured too much. The blows that left me breathless, the broken promises at dawn, the fear that ate me alive like cancer. When I saw him approaching her room that night, with that look in his eyes, that hungry wolf look I knew so well, I knew what was going to happen. I picked up the marble paperweight from the desk, heavy and cold in my sweaty palm, and, God forgive me, I would do it 1,000 times over. The blow was sharp, like splitting wood, and he fell like a felled oak, his head hitting the floor with a thud that I still hear in my dreams. Blood on the Persian rug he loved so much, a pool spreading like an accusation. But Isabella is safe. My little girl is safe. It was not a random robbery, a street crime that burst into the domestic idyll. It was Clara, my great-grandmother, who had wielded the improvised weapon in an act of primal maternal fury. A murder, calculated in the heat of the moment, but justified in the court of her fractured conscience. My great-grandmother had killed my great-grandfather, not in a fit of jealousy or unbridled passion, like in the cheap novels sold at neighborhood drugstores, but in a desperate act of protection, a bloody sacrifice to break the chain of abuse that Sebastian wove in his family like a sticky web. The marble paperweight, a mundane object that I now imagined on the shelf of an antique shop, with green veins like jade and enough weight to crush dreams, had been the instrument of her redemption and her condemnation, an object that Clara described in her letters as the weight of my guilt and my salvation, purchased at a fair in New Orleans during her honeymoon, a romantic souvenir turned lethal weapon. The room spun around me in nauseating spirals. The apartment, with its cracked plaster walls, painted a faded blue meant to be ocean. The second-hand sofa with sunken cushions that smelled of cigarette smoke from past tenants. The cat shadow staring at me with indifferent yellow eyes from the windowsill, becoming a vortex that sucked the air from my lungs. I rested my forehead on the cold surface of the Formica kitchen table, the scratched linoleum beneath my elbows, like a map of broken veins, trying to breathe deeply, inhaling the residual aroma of morning coffee mixed with the dust from the clippings. Hot tears rolled down my cheeks, salty and bitter, like the sweat of an exhausted runner, dripping onto the paper where a stain spread like blood on Clara's carpet. Everything now fit together with cruel clarity, like pieces of a grotesque puzzle that come together to reveal a nightmarish image. My mother's silence, her stubborn refusal to talk about her childhood as if the words were poison on her tongue. That deep sadness that settled on her shoulders like an invisible shawl during family gatherings, when the laughter of her paternal cousins echoed and she excused herself to check the oven. The way she avoided old photos, her fingers trembling as she turned the pages of the album until she reached a gap where there should have been pictures of baptisms and first communions. Not only had she grown up knowing that her grandmother was a murderer, a woman who had wielded a paperweight in the darkness of a hallway to defend her daughter from the clutches of a depraved father, she had grown up knowing why, under the long shadow of abuse so monstrous that it had triggered a homicide justified only in the court of maternal desperation. Isabella, my grandmother, the girl saved at the last moment by the sharp blow of marble against skull, had become a broken woman, a cracked glass cup that holds water but threatens to spill with every movement. Eleanor's later letters, written in the 1930s and 1940s, with ink fading like blurred memories on rationed war paper with Red Cross letterhead, described a deeply insecure young woman, her eyes fixed on the floor as if she feared finding monsters in the tiles. One failed marriage after another, the first to an electrician from Gary, Indiana, who left her after a year for being too quiet. The second to a traveling salesman from Detroit who smelled of whiskey and broken promises, lasting only months before disappearing with what little money she had saved. Isabella had struggled to raise my mother in modest apartments on the South Side, with plaster walls that cracked like her spirit, working as a seamstress in a uniform factory where the hum of Singer machines drowned out her sobs, sewing until her fingers bled to pay overdue rents and electric bills that flickered like dying stars. My mother had been her only child, the fruit of one of those brief, tumultuous unions, a fleeting romance with a merchant marine sailor who set sail for the Pacific and never returned, leaving only letters perfumed with sea salt and a swollen belly as his legacy. She'd grown up in a house full of ghosts, with an emotionally absent mother, traumatized by what almost happened to her in her childhood bedroom, Sebastian's hands reaching out in the dark, his foul breath like an omen, and by the price her own mother had paid to prevent it. Prison avoided by a verdict of self-defense homicide, but the eternal guilt that consumed her like a slow fire. Sleepless nights, where Clara sat in the rocking chair on the porch smoking unfiltered cigarettes until dawn, tinged the sky with guilty pink. I understood then, with a clarity that hurt like a ray of sunlight in unaccustomed eyes, why my mother had built such a perfect, safe, predictable childhood for us, a bastion against the chaos that had defined her own childhood like a gale on the prairies. Every family tradition, Sundays with cornbread and paternal anecdotes, vacations at the cabin where the lake lapped at the shores with promises of peace, was a brick in that wall. Every show of affection, a kiss on the forehead before bed, or a hug at the train station when leaving for college, was mortar sealing the cracks. Every moment of normality, a ritual exorcism to ward off the specters whispering in her ear. She was breaking the chain, cutting the poison thread that bound Sebastian to Isabella, Isabella to her, with the determination of a gardener, pulling weeds by the roots so they wouldn't entangle the new flowers. Confronting her was one of the hardest things I've ever done, an act of courage that required weeks of mental rehearsals in the bathroom mirror, where the steam from the shower fogged up my reflection. Sleepless nights with Shadow, the cat, curled up at my feet like a silent sentinel. I invited her to my apartment one Sunday in November, the Chicago air heavy with a cold that seeped through the cracks of poorly sealed windows, and I made tea in mismatched cups, mine with a chipped handle, hers with faded flowers reminiscent of Clara's. I showed her the box on the coffee table, the rusted brass gleaming under the light of the floor lamp that cast long shadows on the walls, the clippings spread out like cards in a sinister tarot deck. When she saw it, there was no surprise in her eyes, not the flicker of disbelief or the blush of embarrassment. Only a deep, infinite weariness, as if she had been waiting for this moment her whole life, a weight lifted but leaving bruises on her soul. "I'm sorry," was the first thing she said, her voice a broken whisper that tangled in the steam of the tea, tears welling in her green eyes like raindrops on tea leaves. "I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, honey. God, that box." Eleanor was always like that, keeping things like cursed relics. I asked her to burn it, but she said it was history, so it won't be forgotten. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I asked, my voice trembling like a leaf in the wind, sitting across from her on the sagging sofa, the cat jumping onto my mother's lap, as if sensing the need for shared comfort, its purrs a soft counterpoint to the lump in my throat. "Because I wanted to protect you," she whispered, taking my hand in hers, rough from years of gardening and clinging to normality, her fingers intertwining with mine like roots seeking fertile soil. "From the ugliness, from the fear that gets into your bones and never leaves." My mother, Isabella, lived in terror her whole life, not just because of her father, those touches in the dark that marked her like a burn that never heals, but because of what her mother did to save her. Clara was both a saint and a demon, the woman who sewed her Sunday dresses from scraps of fine fabric stolen from the factory, but also the one who wielded a bloody paperweight in a hallway that smelled of tobacco and broken promises. Isabella loved her with fierce devotion, but she also feared her, her shadow stretching across the walls like an accusation. Growing up knowing that evil can live in the person who is supposed to take care of you, in the father who takes you by the hand to the park, in the mother who sings you lullabies, marks you for life, like a scar that hurts with the weather. I didn't want that to mark you, to see your family not as a refuge, but as a house of distorting mirrors where every reflection is a monster in disguise. "But you didn't protect me," I said, with a calmness that surprised me, the words coming out like a river that had been dammed up for too long, my voice steady despite the tears rolling down my cheeks and dripping onto the table, forming tiny puddles that reflected the light from the lamp. "You just left me in the dark, Mom, creating a void that now fills everything. Now I understand everything. I understand why you get so scared when Dad raises his voice in a silly argument over the remote, that echo of Sebastian's outbursts reverberating in your head. I understand why you always check the lock on my door when you visit me, turning the key 2, 3 times as if the past could burst through the door. I understand that sadness that settles on you like a fog, that makes you stare into space during family dinners, when everyone is laughing and you are lost in memories of Isabella sewing in silence, her eyes not seeing the thread. We hugged then, a hug that lasted for eternal minutes, our bodies trembling like leaves in a gale, broken sobs mingling in a chorus of release and pain the cat shadow meowing confusedly at our feet. We cried together for Clara, the woman who had wielded a paperweight like an avenging angel, her hands stained with blood but clean of maternal guilt. For Isabella, the saved girl who grew up in a cage of silence, her brown braids undone on nights of nightmares where the hallway stretched on forever. For my mother, the weaver of normality, who had spun a life of routines to exorcise inherited demons. And for me, the granddaughter, who had unearthed the box like an archaeologist in a cursed tomb, releasing spirits that now danced in the harsh light of truth. For the generations of women swept away by the current of a secret too heavy to bear alone, a yoke of abuse and redemption passed down like a defective gene, mutating into fears and silences until someone named it, dragged it to the surface like a castaway to shore. The horror of my family is not supernatural. There are no rattling chains in damp basements or ethereal whispers in mirrors fogged by ghostly breath. There are no ancestral curses uttered under full moons or pacts with shadow entities. It is an earthly horror made of flesh and blood and human depravity, of rooms lit by gas lamps where a man sees his daughter not as his flesh and blood, but as an object to satisfy twisted impulses, and of mothers wielding paperweights in narrow hallways to break the cycle with a sharp blow that echoes into eternity. It is the horror of trauma passed down, silently, from mother to daughter, like a hereditary poison seeping into breast milk and whispered lullabies, into hugs that squeeze too tight and silences that weigh like tombs. Now, when I look back from my apartment in Chicago, overlooking the street where yellow taxis buzz like angry bees and the lake wind carries echoes of seagulls, my family tree no longer seems unbalanced, a crooked diagram limping on one leg. I see it with painful clarity, like a landscape after a forest fire where the ashes fertilize the earth for new growth. There is a rotten branch poisoned at its base by the evil of Sebastian, that man with a waxed mustache and hands that built fabric empires but destroyed souls in the privacy of a home. A branch that twists into spirals of abuse and silence, sprouting thorns that lacerate Clara in her nights of guilt and Isabella in her failed marriages. But from that rottenness emerged a strong and healthy new shoot. My mother, the woman who chose to weave routines like armor, who filled Sundays with cornbread and summers with laughter in cabins to scare away the ghosts with the balm of everyday life. And now, knowing the truth, with its yellowed clippings and shaky letters, I can ensure that the cycle is broken once and for all, that my own branches, if I ever have them, with children with curious eyes and piercing questions, grow straight and free, without shadows to entangle them, bathed in the relentless light of inherited honesty. The secret is no longer a secret, a shared burden that is lightened by confession, even if it hurts like a fresh wound exposed to the air. And in its place, even though it hurts with the edge of understanding, there is now room for healing. Nighttime conversations with my mother about Clara and her stained but saving hands, visits to the South Side Cemetery, where the granite tombstones lean like tired old people, and I leave wildflowers on Isabella's grave, a bouquet of white daisies symbolizing stolen but reclaimed purity, and the hope, fragile but tenacious, like a root sprouting from a crack in concrete, that the branches that grow from me will always be straight, exposed to the sun without fear, and that Sebastian's poison will dissipate in the lake wind, leaving only the legacy of women who chose to protect, not destroy.